This is really a fanboy moment. I'm a great admirer of Mahmood Mamdani and all that he's written, and I don't know whether anybody in the audience has engaged with some of his books. But if you do pick up any one of his books, each line will be a truth that you need to analyze and look at and revisit. And in many ways, the morning session, which was the session that Gopal Gandhi did on Mahatma Gandhi, sort of resonates in some ways as well. So this particular book, Neither Native Nor Settler, or Neither Settler Nor Native, whichever way it is really, it's every line needs to be unpacked. So I don't think we'll get through too much, but I'm going to start by thanking Mahmood for being here today. It's been 2 or 3 years we've been trying to get Mahmood out to the Jaipur Literature Festival, JLF in Maldives, etc. Mahmood, can I start by asking you to sort of talk about the co-birth of nationalism and colonialism that you talk about in your book, and also the issue of the nation building that you explore in the context of the ethnic cleansing, all the way back from the Castilian monarchy and the way that they drove the Jews and the Muslims out, and thereafter what happened.
Thank you. This is quite a glare, which means I can't see you. But I guess it's there for you to be able to see us. Thank you
for the cameras which are making this live.
Thank you for inviting me. Although I received a number of emails asking me not to come here. And I responded to each of them that I have spent my scholarly career dedicated to opening up platforms, creating ground for debate and discussion. And unless a platform is monopolized by somebody or some organization which tries to use it to keep out others, I'm not going to join in advocacy to close that platform. So I'm here, and it doesn't mean that I'm in support of any particular point of view that has been advocated on this platform. So, to the book.
Thank you for that, Mahmood. Just to place on record our appreciation for standing and being here today. Thank you.
So my motivation in writing this book is to reflect on extreme violence. Violence which takes on genocidal proportions. Sometimes a genocide, other times massacres. Violence which cannot be understood as a standalone event. Violence which reproduces itself in cycles of violence. My motivation also comes out of a disaffection with the kind of analysis that followed the Holocaust and which is identified with Nuremberg. Nuremberg, as many of you may know, was identified with, it is supposed to have made a sharp break by pinning the responsibility for violence on individuals. The fact that you are a state official cannot absolve you of responsibility. You are individually responsible. That model has been institutionalized in the International Criminal Court, which holds individuals accountable for large-scale violence. I became disaffected with this particular approach. I became disaffected with the Human Rights Watch approach, which goes hand in hand with this. If you look at a Human Rights Watch publication, basically its central focus is not on the context of violence, not on the issues that drive the violence, but it's on identifying perpetrators, naming and shaming them. And I ask myself, did Nuremberg succeed? Nuremberg went on to create hundreds and thousands of courts patterned after the Nuremberg Court. It then went on to try them. Eisenhower realized that it would take more than 50 years to try all of them. So they kept on thinning the numbers. What Nuremberg never did was to ask, what was the Nazi political project? It never identified the Nazi political project, and it thus never dealt with it. And from that point of view, it failed. It failed because the Nazi political project was shared by the Allies. And that political project was to turn Germany into a pure nation rid of its minorities. When the Allies defeated the Nazis and went into Eastern Europe, they began to create pure nations, to ethnically cleanse Eastern Europe of Germans, move them back into Germany. One crime doesn't wipe out another. So I became interested in this project, the nation-state project. I began to look at its history. Usually, if you go to university courses on the nation-state, they will identify its beginning with the Treaty of Westphalia in Europe, 1648. But I realized that the Treaty of Westphalia was simply the beginning of a particular form of the nation-state, the liberal nation-state. But the illiberal nation-state had begun in 1492. In 1492, in the Iberian Peninsula, a mobilization behind the banner, one religion, one territory, one people, creates a nation state, a Christian nation state, decides to cleanse it of all religious minorities, Jews and Muslims in particular, and at the same time launches a colonization experiment, the discovery of the Americas. I argue that nationalism and colonialism are not two different things. We normally think of two kinds of nationalisms, good nationalism and bad nationalism. Good nationalism brought us together, and bad nationalism targeted others, minorities. The important thing is to realize is that these two things happen at the same time. They are two sides of the same coin. So the book goes on to then trace the effects of the Castilian state building. Initially, cleansing of the minorities, then religious wars throughout Europe, Catholics against Protestants, what we call in history 100 Years' War. Treaty of Westphalia brings those to an end. 20 years later, John Locke writes his On Tolerance to theorize the Treaty of Westphalia, and Locke's explanation is this. Catholics and Protestants must learn to tolerate one another. What does tolerance mean? Tolerance means, he's writing in England, Protestants are the majority. Protestants have sovereignty, and Catholics should accept this. In return, Protestants should tolerate Catholics, meaning let them exercise their beliefs. But Catholics should refrain from supporting any other power politically, including the Pope. So tolerance, minorities within the nation state. What does it mean to have minority rights, but not to participate in sovereignty? It means that democracy is meaningless because the majority is not the result of a democratic deliberation. The majority precedes democracy. An understanding of whose nation state it is not the result of a democratic discussion. It defines democracy. Everywhere, right? Everywhere where the nation-state model takes hold. We sometimes tend to just focus on particular places. And in the process, we lose the generality of the problem. I'll stop there. You know, I'm a professor, so we're given 1 hour.
Mahmood, one of the things that you argue, you show us that what Nazi Germany set out to do, the Allies actually did by creating Israel as a state and removing all the Jews to Israel. But you also say that the Allies refused to acknowledge the fact that the very ideology and the political thought behind Nazism rested also in the United States, which practiced ethnic cleansing. 7 million of the native or the First Nation people that they killed.
Let me take the two questions separately. I'll begin with the US. In my view, America is the genesis of what we call settler colonialism. And the American model was exported all around the world. In America, you have two kinds of minorities that have run the course of the history of the modern American state. The American Indian and the African American. Each has a different significance for our contemporary era. The American Indians were the people on that land when the settlers conquered it. First, they tried to eliminate as many Indians as possible. This was the first recorded genocide in modern history. Then, with the Civil War, Abraham Lincoln generalized the solution of reservations. They herded American Indians into separate territories. For the Nazis, this was the inspiration. Hitler realized two things. One, that genocide was doable. It is possible to do genocide. That's what Hitler realized. Second thing Hitler realized is that you don't have to have a common citizenship. You can differentiate between people. The Nuremberg laws were patterned after American laws. Anyway, the US put Indians in reservations. The US invented the model, what we call today the two-state solution. The American state, and alongside it, several protectorates, with degrees of autonomy, but no independence. It has had its own effect, and we will realize the effect if we contrast it with what happened to the African Americans. Because the African Americans were not put in a separate state. The African Americans were part of the one-state solution. They were oppressed terribly within a single state. But the thing is that the American Indians, by being put in separate states, were perpetually fragmented, isolated, up to today. The African Americans, horribly oppressed, but had the possibility of building alliances with other oppressed peoples. So we have a history of the same hundreds of years which have brought us to the point where we are with Black Lives Matter, which are at the forefront of progressive struggles in the US, while the American Indians remain isolated and fragmented. The two-state solution was taken around the world. The latest place is Israel, of course. You had a second question about Nazi Germany. Nazis lost. It is interesting that the Germans did not reverse the Nazi political program, the program to rid Germany of Jews. Instead of rethinking the German state and rethinking Jews as a minority, instead of inviting Jews back into German life, not individuals, but the Jewish people, they arrived at what I would call a neo-Nazi solution, which is to put their resources in creating a separate state for the Jews. No Jews in Europe, few here and there. Jews in Israel. A two-state solution. Separate state for Jews. And those same people of Zionist conviction created a two-state solution inside historic Palestine.
And much of this has the underpinnings of the fact that the uncivilized were not part of the sovereign process. And in America especially, where you see the native or the First Nation people, and similarly in parts of South America and of course in Africa, you looked at the people who were civilized, and they in turn could rule over those who were not civilized, and they lost their sovereign position in that land.
Well, I mean, eventually you begin to ask yourself, what do they mean by civilized? Politically, they meant by civilized those who had arrived at a nation-state solution. Now, from the point of view that I am articulating here, that is barbarism. The nation-state is what prevents us from living together. I'll give you an example. In 1994, when South Africa became, I say, independent, apartheid ended. Political apartheid, legal apartheid ended. There was an election. In that election, the big question was, who should be allowed to vote? There were 2 points of views. One view said, citizens of South Africa. The other said, no, all residents. Because here was South Africa with hundreds of thousands, even over 1 million, migrant labor from the entire region. They had been there for generations. Should they be allowed to vote or not? This migrant labor had been central to the trade union movement. Fosatu in the 70s, Kosatu 80s, 90s. They were politically strong. They succeeded. 94 election, any resident of South Africa was allowed to vote. That's a revolutionary alternative to citizenship, because citizenship is increasingly something that excludes. Citizenship came into being in the French Revolution as a way of including common people, ordinary people, into the political pact. Now it's becoming a way of excluding. I'll come back to this, but so if you have a Jewish nation state, then you have to decide who is a Jew. Who decides who is a Jew in Israel? The Israeli state decides who is a Jew by law. They have two definitions of who is a Jew in Israel. One is in the halakha, the personal religious law. It's a different definition. The other is in the law of return. You created India and Pakistan. Pakistan, a land for Muslims. Who is a Muslim? Look at the history of Pakistan. Running through it. Who is a Muslim? Is Shia a Muslim? Is Ahmadiyya a Muslim? Round the corner, you're going to have the question, who is a Hindu? Right? Who is a true Hindu? And who decides? The state will decide. You will not decide whether you're a Hindu or not. No. The state will decide who is a Hindu. Back to South Africa. This revolutionary notion of resident versus citizen led to 1994 South African independence. Chief Gatsha Buthelezi, I don't know how much you know about South Africa, but one of the Bantustan leaders becomes Home Minister and uses all his resources, his power, to tell his people that if you're dissatisfied and you're not getting jobs and you're not getting enough to eat, it is because all these migrants are here. And they are taking away what is rightfully yours. Just a year or so after 1994 begins violence against migrants. What they call xenophobic violence in South Africa. There's no point in identifying perpetrators. You have to identify the issues. I mean, tell me today, Israel, Palestine, what good would it serve to make a list of perpetrators and take them to court without addressing the question of who belongs, who has rights? The dead are dead. Let's give the living a second chance.
One of the things that you've written about is, unlike the Nuremberg trials, which identified the perpetrator and held them to justice, in South Africa you looked at it differently. You had the Truth Commission. You didn't necessarily look at this person was at fault or that person is at fault. You looked at the entire political climate. Did that succeed? And do you feel that, and you've argued about that, do you feel that is a possible way forward, even though in South Africa it didn't quite work in the way that everybody was hoping that it worked?
I'm not very fond of the Truth Commission. I'll tell you why. The Truth Commission was like a Nuremberg. Crime and punishment. Admit the crime, you will not be punished. That was the Truth Commission. Okay. The Truth Commission did not achieve the change in South Africa. It came after the change. The change in South Africa came with the all-party negotiations. And what was new about the negotiations was that it overturned the human rights presumption. The human rights presumption is that once you have identified a perpetrator, the perpetrator is denied their political rights. Here it was the opposite. We have to build a new South Africa for survivors, not just victims. Victims, perpetrators, beneficiaries, bystanders, everybody. If we don't, we will have 2 states, or 3 states, or 4 states. So perpetrators were guaranteed their political rights. Right? A new polity was created with the idea. Let me break that for a minute. South Africa really began to change in the 1970s. Before the 70s, the time of Gandhi, the time of ANC, the time of Colored People's Congress, the apartheid logic held. Gandhi's Indian National Congress mobilized only Indians. ANC mobilized only what were called Africans. Colored People's Congress mobilized only colored people. It's only in the 1970s that this notion was challenged by Steve Biko and black consciousness. Biko said, black is not a color, black is an experience. If you're oppressed, you're black. It's a very different idea, very different idea. So you begin to get, beginning the 1970s, not just resistance to apartheid, you get the imagination of an alternative. It's very different. It's not about turning the world upside down. It's about creating a different world. That's the real challenge, right? If we just limit ourselves to resistance, well, so where do we point to? Not this, but what? Right? That's the new thing about South Africa. They did not want to create a state of the majority. They wanted to create a state of all the people. They didn't oppose whites, they opposed white power. Okay, a particular form of power which says it is at the service of a particular section of the population. I look to South Africa as it hasn't been, I won't say it has been successful. No, we all know it's got huge problems. But it pointed in a different direction. Sometimes things can begin in one place and they don't come to fruition in the same place. It can happen somewhere else.
Do you see the Black Lives Matter movement here sort of, in one sense, a takeoff from what Steve Biko started talking about, the lived experience of the black community here, as well as the Dalit community in India?
So look, here's the interesting thing. African Americans are roughly 15% of the population. It's not about numbers. It really isn't. It is about the way. Who can show a way which makes sense to others? Others can put themselves in that position and say, hey, I could live with this. So that this 15% does not appear as a threat. The whole point of white supremacy was to portray this 15% as a threat. Right? So it is that, of course, the Dalit population, the Muslim population, I don't know, the women population is a majority, but is it together? I don't know. But these are all political minorities, right? Well, I'm not in the business of predicting. We always come after things have happened.
Mahmood, going back to Israel, or staying with Israel for a second, Israel was created, the Ashkenazi Jews sort of became the powerhouse there, and there was discrimination even within the state of Israel, even if you leave Palestine out for a second. The Arab Jew, for example, was and continues to be looked at, as well as the Jews from, say, Iraq and say, India and other places. How does that play out in your notion of the sovereignty of that nation state and the purity of that race?
Well, it's a great example because the Ashkenazi, which is the really Eastern European Jews, had a notion of Judaism which was completely Eurocentric. They looked at the Mizrahim, which are the Oriental Jews, who are the majority of Jews today in Israel. They looked at them as uncivilized, barbaric, especially since their mother tongue was Arabic. The only thing they had in common was religion, not language. And they created...
Or culture. They didn't have culture or either as a similar... The Iraqi Jew was very different from the Ashkenazi Jew.
And if language is the carrier of culture, they didn't. So they put in process a civilizing mission to civilize the Mizrahim. The Mizrahim are the people in the occupied territories. They are the people in the Israeli intelligence services, media, etc. They speak Arabic fluently. They're not as light as the Ashkenazi. You take them in an Arabic population, most people will think they're Arabs. You see these TV shows coming out of Israel, and you will see, I can't remember the name of the show, it's become very popular, but yeah, Fauda. These guys are there. These are all Oriental Jews, right? All of them. So they have been through a rough experience. You read Hannah Arendt. Hannah Arendt, writing on the trial, has pages describing these Oriental Jews, about how she felt that she was in the Ottoman Empire or somewhere. That if these guys are our future, we have no future. Okay. Hannah Arendt, supposed to be the model of Ashkenazi Judaism. So if you probe the nation-state project, and which is what I was trying to tell earlier, it's not just minority against majority. It's a minority against the majority in the majority and the... I mean, when I think of partition, for example, I think the first partition had three victims, I think. First victim were the Muslims inside what remained as India, because they now were homeless people. Second victim were the Muslims in Pakistan. And the third victim were the Hindus in India. Now we're coming to that. Okay. It's you can see it unraveling, kind of. But I would like to say one more thing, which is that, look, for some reason, this disease is not just confined to India, right? Go to China, Xinjiang. Go to the old Burma, the Muslims. Go to Sri Lanka, Sinhalese. Go to Iran, Shia Islam. Go to Pakistan, Sunni Islam. Go to Afghanistan. Go to India. This whole area, in some places, it has gone much further than in other places, but you can see the trend. So I think it requires a deeper thinking. I'm not, I'm from Uganda, I'm not from India. my grandparents came from India. My wife's family is Indian. But I don't know, I don't have that lived experience, nor the historical grasp as deeply as I would like to have, as I do of the African situation. But somebody needs to study this phenomenon.
I'm going to come back to the unraveling, but perhaps to put all of this in context, do you want to tell us about the difference between the settler, as we've seen in the Americas, and the colonizers, as we've seen, say, in India? And what is the difference when a settler comes in and when a colonizer comes in?
Well, look, you can have settler colonialism without settlers. The settlers in America created 3 institutions, all around 3 different fictions. One was that every native has a homeland. And this was a fiction designed to take away most of the land and herd them into a small territory. Tribal homeland. Second, in every tribal homeland, there is a tribal authority. And that authority is not popularly elected. It has always been there. Third, every tribal homeland, the tribal authority rules the homeland through customary laws. And customary laws are not, they do not require popular consent, but they've also been there historically. So it's total lack of accountability. These things were exported. They were exported to India. Look at the tribal areas in India and Pakistan, how these are. They were exported to Africa. They were exported to South Africa. In the non-tribal areas in India, you had something they called customary law. Hindu customary law, Muslim customary law, etc.
Muslim family law.
No. Look, call it customary law, call it personal law, call it... but all of it was pegged on custom, tradition. Okay? So I want to talk about custom. Custom was, of course, there before the colonizer arrived. But custom is not the same thing as customary law. Custom was part of society. Custom gave society, it was a social resource to deal with internal tensions, disputes, everything. What the colonizer did was wrench custom from society and make it part of state law. Society was weakened. It lost its capacity to self-determine. The state became the determining power. Right? But we defend it as custom. Instead of seeing the difference, what happened to custom? Which would allow us to draw on historical custom to make something new in the future. We have to look at the past as a resource. I mean, we have to look at the past as something which is available for the future also. Not to be recycled, in an unimaginative way, in a demagogic way. No. But it's our past. We came out of it.
Coming back a full circle, Neha's given us a wrap-up. This breakdown of customs, as we've seen perhaps in Africa, is that one of the reasons we are seeing this extreme violence that we've seen in Ethiopia, we've seen in Rwanda, or we see continuously happening in some parts of Africa? Is this breakdown of the customary law in the way that customs dictated and the very essence of power as it flowed, as opposed to what it is right now?
The breakdown is around the question of who belongs and who doesn't. Who is a citizen and who is a guest, even if a permanent guest. Who is sovereign and who can ask for no more than individual rights. That's what the breakdown is about. It's those who are excluded who then, because they have nowhere to go. It's not as if they have a home they can go to. They don't have a home. It's the home from which they're being excluded. So they come back with everything at their disposal, including violence.
You know, like as I said, the work that Mahmood Mamdani has done is absolutely seminal, and you can continue to probe deeper and deeper. My request to people who are interested in the ideas behind human rights that we're hearing much more about, tolerance as opposed to empathy, would be really to pick up some of the work that he's done and read it. But we'll just open up for questions. If there are any questions, you need to come down to where the mic is and ask the question so that we can capture it on camera. And if there isn't, that's okay. But anybody for a question? Suhail.
Thank you for an absolutely brilliant session. Quick question. Over the last 15, 20 years, we've seen a resurgence of identity, national identity. We've seen it here, we've seen it across the subcontinent, you're seeing it in Africa, whether it's the white supremacist, whether it is Black Lives Matter, we are seeing it in Germany with the whole neo-Nazi resurgence. My concern is how important for identity's continuous resurgence is economic upheaval. And are the economics of that particular society or country linked to, because you alluded to what happened in South Africa about, you know, the thing against migrants. Do you see a linkage in all the work that you've done between economic compulsions and the continuous going back to national identity or community identity or whatever it is?
Sure, economic issues are important, very important. Economic crises can exacerbate your living situation and can force you to go back to whoever you think you are, now in a group sense, what you're calling identity. But that is not a standalone issue. It is framed by a larger political issue. Take South Africa or any African country. If you look at the census has two categories: races, tribes. You ask yourself, am I a race or a tribe? And the answer is, if you come from outside, you belong to a race. If you're from within, you belong to a tribe. races are considered civilized and have rights. The whites have the most, the Indians have slightly less, and so on. Tribes don't have political rights. When independence comes, sooner or later, there is a demand to turn this world upside down. The tribes must take charge. And the tribes must be sovereign. So, which tribes? Which tribes are indigenous? Now you're talking of a continent with a history of migration. Right? Which tribes? Which is the cutoff point? Right? Look at the American census. Ask yourself, when did the Hispanics get included in the census in America? They were not there. They became included very recently. Yeah, very recently. I think 70s or something. Anyway, very recently. So, identity, there are two kinds of identities. I'm now using your language. There is the identity of the oppressor and the identity of the oppressed. Both will mobilize around identities, but for very different reasons. And with unintended consequences. Well, you know, in India, right? Mandal Commission and the entire debate around it, right? What are the unintended consequences of identity-based mobilization and identity-based dispensation? And where will it get us unless we check it? Same debate in the US on affirmative action. Okay. How far? When does affirmative action stop equalizing? And when does it start building a new system of privilege? So there's no easy answer. There isn't. Anything you try, you take a risk, and you have to be willing to take the risk, because history is not going to stop. So you can't say, I'm opposed to affirmative. We cannot say, I'm opposed to affirmative action, but we can raise the question. What's our goal? Right. I'm not sure we can do away with identity politics so long as we have a state which identifies us in that way. That begins mid-19th century in India. I could go on, but I'm going to stop. You have to read Sir Henry Maine.
I'm sorry, we're going to have to stop, but just to last information. Till 1964, the Aboriginal population in Australia was labeled as flora and fauna. And if you shot an Aboriginal, you got $500. And if you shot a kangaroo, you got $500. It was only till 1987 that the Aboriginal was then given the vote, and their children were then not removed, the lost generation that you have. Nazism is something that continues to exist across political thought and systems. And it's really an experiment, not quite an experiment, it's a thought that continues. I think all of us need to deal with it in whichever way we wish to, and continuously need to also battle and push back on it. Ladies and gentlemen, I think thank you all so much. To the end of the session, Mahmood Mamdani, just an incredibly brilliant mind, and what a writer and thinker. For all of you who've gathered here today, thank you so much. The Jaipur Literature Festival and JLF continues to be a platform for all kinds of thoughts, We ourselves don't identify with one or the other. We don't endorse one or the other. But we do believe that it is a place where we have all kinds of people coming to share their ideas. It is for you to take away what you wish, agree or to disagree, question or to hold them for what they stand for, and that's what we do. Thank you all so much for being here, and thank you to the Asia Society, and on behalf of all my colleagues, thank you all for coming, and of course to our writers and to all our supporters. Thank you.
So I'm just going to start with a few brief opening remarks. Innovation leads to dramatic technological improvements and advancement of living standards for the greater good, as Matt Ridley said, from steam engines to search engines, from vaccines to Web 3.0. Airbnb disrupted the hotel industry, Uber transformed transportation, SpaceX is changing the face of space travel. I can go on, but you get the drift. It's difficult to gauge the speed of technological progress when disruption is the norm. And with the ongoing pandemic brought a myriad of calamities, but there was one silver lining, the exponential growth of digital entrepreneurs, or the COVID-preneurs, leveraging technology to deliver innovative solutions. India saw the birth of more than 1,600 tech startups in 2000, according to NASSCOM. A record of 43 Indian startups entered the Unicorn Club in 21. Digital transformation market in India is on its way to hitting 710 billion by 24. AI, cloud computing, robotics is estimated to generate $1 trillion of economic growth by 25. Architects of India's stack with innovations like Aadhaar and UPI have been, well received and also envy of many countries world over. And as they say, India leads digital, digital leads India. And I think some of our panelists are not going to agree with me on that. But that's the point of the conversation. This JLF stage is the perfect platform to discuss this topic today. The festival has exhibited both innovation and entrepreneurship, first becoming global, moving beyond the physical borders of India, and harnessing the power of the digital space. So welcome to digital entrepreneurship, innovation, and the cyber future. And it gives me a great opportunity to speak with these aviators, navigators, captains of technology leadership. And through their shoulders, we're going to get a little insight into the cyber future. So, Asha, I'm going to start with you, because ladies first, chivalrous. As said, change is the only constant in life. And with the constant explosion, disruption, evolution in the tech business, yourselves all being trailblazers in the space, can you share a few opening remarks, very brief, on the journey that you have seen the digital space go through and witness in the last few years?
Digital space in India, or just you're talking globally?
Globally and India, because I want to take the conversation back there.
I think globally, of course, there's been, I think there is, technology is something that is a force of nature, and it's going to keep evolving fast, and faster the more time it takes, the more we are going to see disruptive technologies, just because the power of AI and chip industry has doubled and tripled so fast. But I think on the India side, I think something that you alluded to, Asad, is that we have two things which is an envy of America, which is the UPI and the Aadhaar. The India stack is something that you guys have pulled off like nobody has ever seen on the planet. I have no idea how, because at this scale, we cannot do it for 100 million in America. Forget 1.4 billion. How this has been pulled off is something that we are still scratching our heads about, I think so. So I think on that front, yes, there is a massive leapfrog that's going on. I think what is slow in India right now is the development of the product industry, is tech products. So we are still coming out of the services. We are now getting into the product company sort of stage, and we are doing tons of good stuff on B2B. On consumer internet, we are still a little bit weak. We are still behind. But I think given the democratizing force of UPI and Aadhaar, it's going to be, the sky is the limit to what we are going to see.
Great. Thank you. MR, you've been an angel investor since 96, 97, even before that term was in vogue. So how has entrepreneurship landscape changed over the last 25 years or so?
So it's been dramatic since COVID. So you have to look at this in the following way as listeners here and the audience. So there's pre-COVID, lots of things were happening. COVID happened. And when COVID happened, everything digitized at a dramatic pace, right? None of us could have existed during COVID without our phone, without being able to order anything, look for anything, get anything. It just was a dramatic change, right? Satya Nadella said, hey, what I did in 6 months at Microsoft would have taken, many years prior to COVID, right? Then now what we're talking about is post-COVID. what's going to happen post-COVID, right? So everybody's here, everybody's digitized, and now in Silicon Valley, everybody's investing in things that most of you wouldn't have really dug your heels into, right? Whether it's metaverse, what the hell is metaverse? What is Web 3.0? What is blockchain? What is DAO? What is this? What is that? Whole bunch of acronyms, but the VCs in Silicon Valley have invested billions in every single one of these places. So for us as consumers of technology, we got to see what's coming. And I think that's where you'll see the change happen, is what the future holds when billions of dollars of money has been invested with crazy founders all over Silicon Valley and other places trying to invent these new things.
And when we come to Benny next, he's going to probably throw some light on that. So I'm going to start with you now. With a reach of 4.7 million on Twitter, you regularly address management institutes across the world. You're an advocate for ethics in entrepreneurship. And having said it doesn't matter how many unicorns a country has, but how ethically they have built it. And in the last 2 years, you've seen the exponential growth of unicorns in India. How does the growth of digital entrepreneurship correspond with the decline of traditional leadership?
I don't think it's one or the other. Artificial intelligence coexists with natural stupidity across countries, including in this one. So I don't think, it's one or the other. And I have some good news for this audience. An Indian at 4 p.m. this evening has just bought the White House on Metaverse. So there's a lot of stupidity happening in the digital world as well, as you well know. But what MR's point is, I don't look at things from a digital, non-digital perspective. I look at things from a consumer evolution perspective. Consumers evolve and brands evolve when they are interdependent. Today, you have a dog walking site invested in by Masa of SoftBank because people are now too lazy to walk their dogs. And does it work? Isn't it ironic that the world's largest accommodation platform doesn't own a single hotel room? Or that Uber doesn't own a single car, in spite of the fact that they tormented poor Shazia today. So, these are realities that we live in. And the times that we live in. What I believe is going to change are the following. Number one, entrepreneurship will no longer be measured whether you're a digital entrepreneur or a non-digital, because the money that you make will go to the same bank, unless, of course, you're in the Bitcoin business. Number two, people are going to see the impact that your entrepreneurial ventures have on how society or lives of consumers change. To that end, as MR said, if people were happy ordering stuff because the pandemic forced them to stay indoors, good. Sometimes compulsions of a natural kind, or of an unnatural kind in this case, force brands and consumers to recalibrate, repurpose, and readapt. Third, I genuinely believe that with digital entrepreneurship, what you define as digital entrepreneurship, there will come a lot of accountability. Companies and individuals holding great positions have to become more accountable. They are now answerable in the immediate rather than the short and long term. Today, if you want to criticize a Mahindra vehicle and you tag Anand Mahindra responds with alacrity. The reason he responds with alacrity is he knows the damage that it can cause. But there is also anonymity on digital platforms. That we need to kind of course correct. We have seen in India, whether it is the BJP or the Congress, who have armies of trollers, people who are paid by the party to put forth a certain point of view. Those jokers are now so stupid at times that they're even copying the same tweet. So at least change the comma or be more punctuation literate. So I think with time, all those things will change. Having said that, I'm a great believer that India has shown the way in digital leadership. We have shown the way in digital foresight, and more Indians are using more and more digitized avenues to conduct business and conduct life.
Thank you for those comments. Benny, just to continue what MR said, you earlier said that we're entering an age in which post-marketing era, and the only way left to market is to be useful and meaningful in people's lives. And earlier we had this conversation, and we talked about entrepreneurship, and entrepreneurs are on the verge of this great shift that's going to happen with these blended models with Web3 and the metaverse coming into the force. What are the challenges you foresee for the businesses?
Well, the main challenge is the challenge that faces all human beings all the time with change, which is inertia. Which is, we see the change coming. We know that there's time to change. You think about how many people, there are forest fires in California going on right now. There's like a storm approaching. People will still stay in their homes. Why would they do that? That's an insane thing to do, right? It's an irrational thing. People are just attached to habit. That is, I think, the biggest problem, is that businesses need to get out of their old siloed mentality. There is no silo anymore. We look at everything in terms of, all businesses look at everything in terms of the customer decision journey, right? That customer decision journey is now very fluid and happens at a pace that you can't imagine, and in a way that requires very integrated thinking, which has not been there in the past. If you look at the way companies are structured, if you look at, and I don't just say this about Indian companies, I work with global companies, they're all structured for like the 1980s. And they don't seem to understand that approach does not work anymore. So number one challenge, I think, is the ability to break down the silos within your own organization and understand that everybody needs to be talking to everybody else. Sales needs to be talking to marketing, needs to be talking to customer service, needs to be talking to technology, to privacy, to safety, et cetera, et cetera. The second challenge is really a lack of imagination. And that's something that, especially in India, I see a lot of fast following and not enough of origination of creative ideas. And I'm very proud of India as a country that has given the world some of its greatest ideas. And some of those great ideas are people, but many of them are actually great ideas. And I would love to see a culture where that creativity is encouraged, because you need to say to people, you know what, the world of theater is gone. Now there's a new technology called television. Imagine what entertainment might look like on television. That's the conversation you would have been having in the 1950s. Today you have to say, the world of the internet in 2D, which is interactive, has gone, and it's now going to become 3D, and it's going to be immersive. So what are the implications of that? I think it's world-changing when you think about the fact that right now all of us are sitting like this, staring at this little thing in front of our faces, and now you're going to be in it as if you were next year you might be sitting right here in this, interacting with this panel. What are the possibilities in that? You need that imagination. So one is you need the courage to break through the inertia, and the second is you need the imagination to conceptualize what might be done with technology. Because technology is an inert and impartial tool. It depends on what you do with it. It depends on your ideas and your creativity.
But the breaking down of silos, that was a problem even before technology, even before digitization. Every company, big or small, for the groups talking to each other, we've always seen that it was an issue. I'm going to come back to the creativity and the brain drain part that we're going to go to. But going back to you, Asha, what are the main attributes you look at, because in startups or founders, that makes you interested in them? Why do you invest, and what guides this decision for some of the entrepreneurs in the room?
Yes, yeah. I think it's, so when I'm looking at a startup, the main thing, I would say 90% of what matters are the people behind it, who the founders are, what is there. And I'm actually personally partial to technologists. I personally am not, I don't relate to, let's say if it was a team of founders that was with just a couple of MBAs, I may walk away from that. I need a PhD in computer science. I need EE computer science chip guys to be at the core of a founding team. So that's critical for me. That's the first attribute. I would say the second would be the market size. Who are you going after? And are you a platform play or are you a widget? So if you're a widget, then that's something I'm not interested in, because that's a small play. But is this a platform play that can apply across the board? And is is it global in its reach? So that's what I shoot for when I'm looking at startups, even if it's just 2 people.
Thank you for that. MR, we were talking earlier, you said you're going to be hosting a summit for 100 CEOs this weekend. And you've been a strong advocate for cultivating networks that have impact. And how has innovation changed this nature of networking?
Yeah, I think the digital space has changed it dramatically, but there's still no substitute for meeting together like this. I think there's a different feel, different set of honest conversations that can be had. There's no tweeting, there's no LinkedIn, there's no, we talk honestly amongst ourselves, right, without the fear of retribution. So I think when you look at the future, there are 2 areas that you have to kind of separate. One is the business to business segment. Those are the CEOs I'm hosting this coming weekend, 100 of the top CEOs. They're focused on B2B, right? Very different than business to consumer, which is what a lot of people here are talking about as well. The business to business thing is much different in that we have to show value to the company to get a deal. With the consumer, it's very different. It's like, how can you give instant gratification? How can you do? So it's a very different mindset. I work mainly with people who are dealing with businesses where they have to service an account, a customer. And so you have to, when we have this discussion, separate the 2 between B2B, which is one segment, and B2C, which is where it gets all the notoriety and the PR, right? So in the B2C space, I have no freaking idea where it's going. With all these acronyms out there, who knows, right? Who thought TikTok would be the biggest brand 3 years ago, 5 years ago, right? It's the biggest brand. But who knows what the next one is? I have no idea, nor does Meta or any of these companies professing to be in the B2C space. It's a crapshoot.
Good to know. Suhail, you talk about humility and empathy being the cornerstones of business. So what learnings do you have for upcoming digital entrepreneurs who want to create economic value while nurturing value, doing business for good?
See, while the topic is digital, I just want to move away. Imagine you're in the consumer domain, with due respect to MR and his aversion to consumers. Obviously, he's only operating on a business-to-business basis, dealing with pedigree for pet food for animals that he hasn't seen. But largely, some of us deal with consumers and consumer behavior. So I don't think you should give that prefix, and I'll tell you why. Human behavior has remained largely unchanged. The methods of gratification have changed. Some are instant, some are non-instant. Some are available at your fingertips, some are not. A, B, I sat on the global board of British Airways for 6 years. At that time, we were going through this whole fuel issues. Everyone said, people will stop flying, people do virtual meetings, blah, blah, blah. It didn't happen. Everyone thought post-pandemic, dinner sizes will become small, public events won't happen, people will be wary. People aren't. You cannot change consumer behavior or human behavior, as it were, overnight. So technology has to be adaptive. It can't erect barriers. So technologies that are barrier-free are the ones that work more, which is why her point is right. You need science intervention to make it simple, to make it amenable, and to make it last long. Second, about empathy. You've got to recognize that there is an era and an air of fear for a lot of consumers. It's surprising statistic. When we launched Jio Reliance, we figured that India was the capital of missed calls in the world. Everyone gave a missed call because no one wanted to spend money on the call. So you gave a missed call to your driver, you gave a missed call to your help, you actually missed your wife calling her. You did all kinds of crazy things. So if no one was talking, why the hell would you not make voice free? And we are the land of freedom fighters. We love everything that's free. So the moment you said that, look, voice is free, everyone said, wow, let's jump for this brand. But the brand made it easy because you use technology or science to create that fiber optic, create that pipeline into which you could push a multitude of products. So technology has to be the lowest common denominator. It can't be the highest common factor. If you use a mathematical analogy. You know, Benny talked about imagination and India lacks or doesn't lack. India is actually the capital of imagination. We have a problem for every solution. So we can erect complex, non-algorithm driven issues where nothing is required. I mean, we are the only people who are seeking answers even standing in a queue. You ask any Indian, why are you in a queue? Why not? They'll never answer a question. You ask any of us, are you going to Bombay tomorrow? The answer will be, I've just come back from Cochin. They will never answer the question. The question is, are you going to Bombay tomorrow? So we are fascinated by the complexity of human behavior, which is why we have invented this word jugaad. So, you know, you can do, these Band-Aid kind of technology inventions. But on a more serious note, I think India is in pole position. My only worry and my only concern is that we keep talking about the software prowess of India. We've got to move from body shopping and labor arbitrage to cutting-edge technology innovations. There is no reason why a Facebook or why Mark Zuckerberg couldn't have been, Shivlal Yadav. But had to be Mark Zuckerberg. We need to create that ecosystem. I'm no fan of any political party. I hate them all. But let me tell you, the ecosystem now in India is allowing startups to function. They're getting tax holidays, they're getting tax rebates, and I think the Prime Minister is doing the right thing by encouraging people. That's why we have 100 unicorns. Now, I don't know if it's one horn or the other thing, but it's working.
Just, I'll come back to you, Benny, but I think a week ago, Asha, you met the Cabinet Minister of Commerce and Industry, Piyush Goyal, and assumed to discuss the role of tech and entrepreneurship in the economic growth of India. What are the factors that are responsible, just to add to what Suhail said, for this meteoric or this sudden rise of Indian tech talent outside India, and what measures can be taken to actually make sure that happens within India? Because a lot of it is happening here.
You're right about that those of us who left the shores of India 20, 30 years ago, 35 years ago, we are finally graduating now into places of positions of authority and leadership in the U.S. But I think on when it comes to, in fact, before I go into comparing tech talent here in India, let me just tell you that Suhail's point about something has happened in the Indian ecosystem, whether it is Prime Minister's own sort of love affair with startups, or whether it is just deregulation of that whole space, whether it is tax breaks. Something is happening in the whole India stack where we are churning out startups of a quality that is comparable to anything coming out of Silicon Valley now. One of the things that we discussed with Piyush Goyal this time is what can they do in a jiffy where our companies can go public on NASDAQ now. We've just had only Freshworks go public. We should be having nothing less than 20 companies going public on NASDAQ every year, given the volume of what we are churning out over there. So I think that the entrepreneurship, the innovation, and the breakthroughs that we are going to be seeing out of India, they'll be uniquely Indian, but they'll be global in their scope. Just like how we are modularizing UPI right now, and we are selling it to Brazil. We are making money hand over fist, selling parts of UPI to Brazil and a bunch of other countries. This is disruptive and something that I have never seen before. Completely unprecedented move from the part of the Indian government. How it has become this forward-looking is still a mystery to me, but I just hope they continue on this trajectory.
You wanted to say something? No, just a very, very quick point. You asked a very important question. Asha said, something has changed. This is a very serious point. Earlier, if you saw matrimonial ads in India, they said that we are looking for doctors, engineers, bureaucrats. That has changed. Failure was always castigated. That has changed. Earlier, you wanted a job because the job meant a certain amount of security. That has changed. So the youth in India today is willing to take risks. Please remember, from 1947 to 1952, we were the world's most risk-averse country. From 1952 till the Bangladesh liberation, 1971, we kept following a path of socialism, which we finally junked in 1996. 1991 with Narasimha Rao. If you look at the journey that India has made, your real economic progress and economic value has been added only in the last 30 years. And for a country of a 1.4 billion now size to look at this level of achievement with, as Guru and Shazia mentioned in the earlier session, with the level of, polarity, both in economic terms as well as in social structure terms, it's a superb achievement. India, I'm not saying this because, I'm a fan of Donald Trump in Trumpian language, but I think India is finally ready to stand up and be counted at the high table of nations for what it has achieved in spite of everything. And I'll end by saying this. I've often said in my speeches that India is like the bumblebee. Aerodynamically, the bumblebee can't fly, because of its size. But the good thing is the bumblebee doesn't know that. So it flies happily. If you were to go by all the criteria that economists give us, we should have failed in 1949. But we don't care. We're continuing. We're here at JLF enjoying the hospitality and the warmth of Sanjoy.
I actually had this as a second follow-up question to you, but it's just a stat that India ranked, according to World Bank report, the ranking has improved from 142 in 2014 to 63 in 2022 of ease of doing business. And hopefully we still have a long road
That's
ahead.
because we paid back certain loans. World Bank only gives you rankings depending on how happy they are with you and you with them. I don't trust the World Bank at all. They're a bunch of thugs.
I'm moving on to MR.
I hope there's no one from the World Bank here.
It's being live streamed.
And they're thugs.
Emma, just tell us a little bit about Chalo Give, this online philanthropic effort centered around Indian American community, launched by Indiaspora. I believe you all gave away 15 million to India during the pandemic. So just share some more.
Yeah. Before that, I just want to take on Suhail a little bit in that, India has come of age, but for entrepreneurs to be successful on the world stage, it takes something else. We haven't seen a Google, a Facebook, LinkedIn. None of that has come out of India. So we have to wait and see.
No, I said that. I totally agree with you.
Why is that? That's the question.
Because MR moved to the United States.
So we got to
MR was in Madurai, things would have been different. But MR is in Massachusetts. That's why we're screwed.
I agree. In San Francisco.
Why don't you come back?
San Francisco is better than Massachusetts.
Come back. We want you back. Help us. Encourage us.
First thing is to get actual dual citizenship. So that would be one way to do it, is real dual citizenship like we have. But anyway, coming back to what we can do in today's age, I think as Indians and diaspora living outside India, is to really have the ties with the homeland. I've gone to India every year for the last 12 years to run an event with the auspices of NASSCOM called NASSCOM Product Conclave, to take the diaspora, teach them, inspire them, do workshops and such. And it's good to see the evolution there. But I think in terms of us giving, it has to be more than just that. When India had the wave 2 of COVID, there was a tremendous amount of difficulty in India. And that's when the diaspora stood up. And in Diaspora, the organization I founded, did a program called Chalo Give, where we got the entire diaspora to rise up and give money to India. Not just money, but to find the right organizations in India to give money to, whether it's COVID care centers, whether it's food to migrant workers who are, starving, and the most tragic thing that we did was, imagine this, we gave money to organizations where they went to cemeteries and crematoriums and found out the person who had died of COVID was actually the sole breadwinner. And that's where, what Asha, you said, Aadhaar and Jandan and all this came into play. We didn't give them cash. These organizations gave them digital money into their account. So they couldn't say, we gave $400 to that person and keep the money. We were able to actually track the $400 equivalent in rupees actually went into the account of that person who was the sole breadwinner, and to give it to their family. So that's the advancement of India today.
And that's the contribution. I mean, not to flatter either of them, but it's people like Asha and MR, it's its foundations that are set up here, American Indian Foundation, blah, 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 the IIT network, they have given back in great measure, for which I think the country is grateful. And I think this will only improve. Because see, you also have to turn the narrative. The narrative, I'll be honest with you, you know this better than I do. A lot of the media narrative is so skewed because they have issues with the politics of the country that the entire country gets tarred by the same brush, which then perhaps is a deterrent for investors. People want to invest in countries they love, not countries they fear. So hopefully that will change.
Let's get to Benny here. We've not let him speak for a while. So now let's talk about, the artists and the artistic community. We had a brief conversation about the social good entrepreneurship, especially your digital entrepreneurship, can do for the artists. And we're in the Jaipur Literature Festival.
Yeah, there's a word that gets thrown around a lot, especially in social media, influencers. And that word is like outmoded and influence, although we have 3-4 major league mega influencers right here. But I think the next wave that we are already seeing, whether it's at Meta or Google or at Apple, is the rise of the creators. And it's the rise of creativity at a level and across boundaries that could not have been crossed before. We did a campaign for Instagram last year in Germany where we brought in part of the campaign was encouraging creators to take their from marginalized communities to give them a bigger stage, essentially, because it was a partnership between us and O2, which is a big telecom provider in Germany. So for the first time in their life, you had these people who were like people with Down syndrome, LGBTQ artists. Actually, there was an Indian woman she's like an immigrant. She lives in Germany. She's an artist. They got to go to a stage that could not have been imagined before. And as a result of that, each of them has developed their art, which is also their business. And we should never forget that for an artist, art is how you make your money. So unless you make sure that they're paid a fair living, you're not going to get the art that you want. And so that's the potential disruptive power of the next wave of the digital economy, is that it will offer those two things. It'll offer the access to these global stages for these artists who could not have imagined going to that. It'll give them the tools to publish in a professional way, to create online concerts if you want, or, I don't know, painting classes. We've seen women, running dance schools, running global dance tutorials and all that, whatever. So they're all new ways in which they can generate revenue and reach audiences that they have not done before.
So Teamwork runs started a very good initiative called Art Matters during COVID. Yes. I think you should leverage some of the learnings to help take Art Matters to the next level. But just coming back to the good part, because I want to give you some time to also speak. We spoke about what digitization can do in the medical and the healthcare and the precision medicine field. Can you just throw that out a little bit more information?
I think that's my big gripe with all the conversations we have about technology. It's actually connected to something, Sohail, you said, is this dog walking business. It is there's a very frequently repeated meme that all the technology startups that come out are the things that 25 to 35-year-old white males who don't live with their parents anymore want. And so they say, wouldn't it be cool if somebody could do my laundry? That's the next big startup. Wouldn't it be cool if somebody could do? As opposed to real things that would actually help society and move the world forward, such as things such as transformative educational technologies or medical technology. So I'll talk about in healthcare two things. One is a trend that is going on right now that is just going to take on more and more force in the years ahead, which is what is called precision medicine. And it is this idea, it's a radical, disruptive sea change in the paradigm of medicine. What is the paradigm of medicine? You and I, we get sick, we go to the doctor says, okay, I think you have this disease. For this disease, there are 1 or 2 medicines. you get this one. That's how we've been treated. That's how medicine works. What my precision medicine says is, no, your chemistry is so different from mine that it could be a completely different treatment. In fact, Siddharth Mukherjee, who is from my school in Delhi and is one of the leading oncologists in New York and a Pulitzer Prize-winning author on cancer, has talked about saying there's no such thing as cancer. There are individual cell mutations that happen for different reasons in different bodies. So that's what's happening right now, and that's what digitization can do, is to start to understand you at an individual chromosomal genetic level and deliver custom therapies. Obviously, huge business potential out of that, but also huge societal and personal individual benefits. So that's one. And the second one is in the area of education, and that's two levels. One is, let's talk about medical. You can do remote diagnostics in the metaverse. We are seeing today surgeons are practicing surgery on the human heart without actually opening up somebody's body. So that when she actually goes to do a heart surgery, she's 20 times better because she's been practicing for 200 times on that. Or that pilot. Or those kids who are doing a geography lesson and they actually get to go to Mars and see what Mars is like rather than sit and read some dusty school book. So these are the kinds of things that are, I think, going to ignite societal change.
Right. Asha, you mentioned your family foundation. So what are the kind of initiatives you're doing for the greater good of humanity?
So, Asad, our foundation is actually largely focused on giving in India, and we have set up a series of fabrication labs in Ahmedabad and Kerala, and so we have students who are learning how to do laser cutting, 3D printing, and stuff like that, and see if they can create distributed manufacturing environments. Second thing we do in India is maker festivals. We try and have these events where we bring in inventors from all across India and have them compete. And those who win, 20 to 30 of them get to come to Silicon Valley as my guests. And I handhold them through the process of fundraising for their first round and helping some of the more mature ones move to the Valley for the next round.
Sure. Just before we open it up into questions, just let MR answer this. And it's in the area of sustainability, do you think sustainability could be at the core of innovation?
Absolutely. I think, with everything we've been talking about climate change, we have to do something about that. And digitization and technology can really, really, really solve it. And the one thing that I think is happening is, if you look at the dot-com bubble, it was all about technology. And only maybe $100 billion got wasted in the dot-com bubble, and no governments went broke. But out of that came Google and some of these companies, right? It was only $100 billion of private money going into it. So one of my friends was opining, why doesn't that happen in climate tech? We wish we had a bubble in climate tech. I think that's starting to happen now. We want to spend $100 billion of private capital trying to find out solutions. Out of that will come 3 or 4 amazing companies that can help us. So I'm very optimistic that the bubble is building in climate tech. Everybody's investing in climate tech now, which is good to see. And I think out of that will come some really breakthrough solutions. And so I'm very, very, very optimistic we will solve a lot of the issues that we're trying to do because of this investment. And countries are not going broke. Okay? That's the important thing.
Thank you for that. Should we just open it up to questions? I think we have a few minutes left. If anybody wants to, there's a mic up front, or there may not be a mic.
How much time do we have for the panel? My thing was, where Sanjay Roy has already shown, and I'm not flattering, great leadership, you can't imagine the 2 areas digital is changing India. Number one, in the entire domain of soft power. You'll be surprised the amount of people, the young, who are now being reconnected to Indian classical music, to Indian classical dance forms, because it's available on their on fingertips. The second, it sounds strange, you can't imagine how many young people and people who want to retrain in their lives have used digital technology to relearn, train in the area of food. So it's a completely different universe that we are seeing there. And I'm seeing soft power as well as commercial tangential benefits coming out of this.
So I take your point about the problems that are being solved are generally by middle-class, white, 25-year-olds, male, and that the bigger problems of education and health are not being solved. So what can we do so that those problems are actually solved by our tech entrepreneurs?
Well, I think what MR said, I think Joe Biden has done a lot to ensure that that'll happen, because by putting $750 billion into sustainability investment, that is the next moonshot. And that's going to create, hopefully, more than many bubbles and lots of innovative entrepreneurial energy in the right area. So what you can do to answer that is more of what this has done, which is there's things you can do at the private sector level and things you can do at the government level. At the government level, you need to create favorable tax scenarios, you need to create incentives for people to invest in the right areas. In Singapore, they pay teachers almost as much as they pay doctors and things. Guess who has the best educational stats in the world? Right? It's very simple. It's just economics. So if the government can incentivize and make it attractive for you to say, come up with innovations in healthcare, that's one. And the private sector can say, fine, if the government's not doing that, let me show you the potential. If you come up with something in healthcare as opposed to something in dog walking, everybody, that is relevant to everybody. So your market scales to a whole other level. If you're in education, if you're in healthcare, if you're in diversity and inclusion. So I think in all of these cases, it's two parts. One is the government's job is to facilitate, open up, connect, collaborate, government and organizations. And the private sector's job is to speak to the opportunity, because that's the carrot that will lead people to say, let me stop doing these like silly things that most of the world doesn't care about, and let me go there not because it's good for the world, but because I'm going to build a huge business on that. And by the way, it's good for the world. That's great. I don't care what your motivations are, as long as you're doing the right thing. So again, incentivize and get them excited. Thank you for that.
Yeah, I have a different opinion, and that is government doesn't need to do anything. I think entrepreneurs need to go for it. So if entrepreneurs think that a certain demographic is where they make money, they go there, right? Just because government puts money into some other sector, they're not going to go there because that's a subsidy. I think we need to just go where, private capital is funding companies, and they'll get it done. So I think government may be subsidizing certain industries. Maybe at some point it's a wrong industry that they subsidized.
No, I just want to clarify. It's not subsidies.
Okay.
The internet would not exist if a small U.S. defense agency called DARPA did not have a budget to develop some kind of alternative backup communication system in case Russian bombs landed. Okay? So DARPA created this network, and then universities said, hey, wait, we could all use this network. And now all of us can't imagine a world without the internet. But nobody was sitting there in 1960 saying, we should come up with the internet. It was the government saying, we should. So there are some things where, when it's not immediately profitable to you, the government needs to, I totally agree that it is the fire of entrepreneurship. I've spent my whole life in the private sector. But what the government can do is facilitate by incentives, which is make it attractive for you, and put the seed capital. The government is the original, before Asha, the angel before the VC. Is the government is the angel. The government is supposed to be your angel, or as they say in India, your MyBap. So that's what your MyBap is supposed to do, is put the initial funding.
But I think to MR's point, I think that's part of the reason why you don't have the Googles, Facebooks, Twitters coming out of India, because there's way too much government, mollycoddling, handholding, and stuff like that. So that's why a lot of people run away. All of us ran away because of that.
See.
But we love our government.
But we love India. Right? But we love India, though.
Okay, so since I don't think there are any other questions, I can't see any hands. So just to wrap up, what's the latest or the new disruption we should expect in the space?
Well, like I said, billions of dollars have gone into metaverse, anything with an acronym, metaverse, Web3, this, that. We'll see if something comes out of that space. Mm-hmm. I think one of the technologies that holds a lot of promise is blockchain. Mm-hmm. Let's see if that can actually help a lot of businesses and a lot of people, do things. I think out of that, NFTs is another thing, but is NFTs the way to go, or is there some connection to the physical world?
Digital.
Phygital, as they call it, which I don't like that word, but it's like this weird word, but
It works.
maybe that takes off. So there's some promising things that are coming up, but nothing clear on the horizon.
Closing.
It's space travel. I'm seeing that coming up into as an industry. I don't know why it's happening, but it's happening.
Maybe our next session will be from space.
Or I said in the metaverse.
I'm looking.
We'll all be sitting in our pajamas,
I'm looking at an app which, when you look at it, emits signals which help you lose weight. And I think that might happen.
I'm not using that one.
Not everything doesn't revolve around you yet, but one day it will. The second thing that I'm looking for are panel discussions where there are no moderators. I'm just joking, yeah.
That would be a utopian dream. Last thought?
I would say that I totally agree with Asha. Space travel is one of them. The next frontier is bioengineering, though. And so I think you're going to see Google has a company that is interested in longevity. You're going to see a lot of you are already seeing. Sorry, you're not going to. You're already seeing hundreds of millions of dollars being sunk into the final frontier, which is death, and so into prolonging life, into adding different things. So I think there are 20 other things I could talk about, but I think that's the one that all of us care about, is not dying. So I think that's the one.
But thank you, guys, for this insightful panel. I mean, just one view thing is, IBM, Google, Microsoft, Adobe, Twitter, all their CEOs of Indian origin. So hopefully some of them will stay behind in India or even come here and go back, and India will be shining as it's supposed to be. But thank you so much for your insights, and thank you to this audience for that one question that they asked us. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to this session of JLF New York. Let me address the elephant in the room right at the outset. I know there have been concerns about this session, some commentary about this session, but I do think that, given that India is, there is a degree of political polarization in India, there are competing narratives about India at the moment. I do think that in the spirit of inquiry, in the spirit of engagement, in the spirit of civil dialogue, which is what JLF stands for and aspires to do, I look forward to this conversation and hearing points of view which are diverse and which will only enrich our public discourse and which will hopefully add to our understanding of the different points of view, which is necessary if we are to build up a synthesis in how we see what's happening in India. On that note, let me welcome Guru. Guru Bhai has been an old friend and he's had a very interesting trajectory. The son of a senior Dalit leader from Bihar who was a minister of state in the Atal Bihari Vajpayee government. Guru Bhai studied law in Bhopal, was associated with the Akhil Bharatiya Vidyarthi Parishad, was an excellent research scholar at India Foundation, which is when I first got to know him, and is now teaching law in Patna University, as well as wearing this hat as national spokesperson of India's ruling party. But he's here in a different avatar. He is the co-author of Makers of Modern Dalit History, an important book that fills in a critical gap, I think, in our discourse. And as we wait for Shazia ji, I'll kick it off with Guru Bhai. Guru Bhai, let me begin by asking you what prompted you to write this book?
Thank you so much, Prashant, for this wonderful introduction. And like you said, that how the process of dialogue and engagement is so central to our culture and civilization. You look at our fundamental documents, the Upanishads, they are a product of dialogue between Yam and Nachiket, the Gita for that matter, the wonderful constitution which we have that was deliberated upon, discussed upon, and then we got this wonderful book. And this morning, I was very fortunate to visit the Columbia University, and Columbia inspired Dr. Ambedkar in so many ways. He recounts his experiences with John Dewey. So essentially how debate has been very central to our culture. And like you said, this book, Makers of Modern Dalit History, when we see Dalit literature, it's on the extremes. And we thought that maybe as a drop of water in the ocean, we tried to identify icons. The people who have made supreme sacrifices, have left an indelible mark, come from the subaltern, come from the marginalized communities, and somehow we realized that they were not recognized. They were not given their due. It was very difficult to find them and identify them in the books of our history. Someone like Rani Jhalkari Bai, who fought and showed exceptional courage and valor with Rani Lakshmi Bai. So why was she not documented? Her contributions was so deep, and then it disturbed us. For that matter, you look at Ambedkar. Ambedkar, to my generation, and I say this with a lot of responsibility, we see Ambedkar, we read Ambedkar exclusively as a leader of the depressed classes. You look at his phenomenal body of work, his work as an economist, his thesis on the administrative finance of the East India Company, which he did here at Columbia. What a wonderful visionary economist he was. His views on foreign policy for that matter. In a speech he was addressing to the students of Lucknow University in 1952, and how he sorts of warns the then Prime Minister that how critical it is to have Tibet as a buffer state between India and China. And in a way, he also alerts the then dispensation that, saying that if Mao had any faith in the principles of Panchsheel, he would have treated the Buddhist in his country differently. So there are so many facets, there are so many aspects to someone like Baba Saheb Ambedkar. And icons like Babu Jagjivan Ram, K.R. Narayanan, Dakshayani Velayudhan. Dakshayani Velayudhan, friends, the only Dalit woman member of the Constituent Assembly, the assembly that drafted the Constitution of India, world's largest democracy. So in a way, our agony was that the Dalit literature maybe had not done justice to these icons who made supreme sacrifices for their culture, for the civilization and the nation.
Gurubai, you speak about Baba Sahib. And we have seen in recent years a conscious attempt by your party and the government that it leads to remember Baba Sahib's legacy. The Prime Minister has invested a lot of political capital and energy in remembering the 5 sites associated with Baba Sahib. There was a parliament session to commemorate the Constitution. But do you think there is a fundamental tension between your party's worldview and Baba Sahib's worldview? In Annihilation of Caste, he does speak about the destruction of Hinduism and the destruction of the Hindu social order as the pathway to the liberation and the way to address the caste question. You operate within a paradigm where you seek justice within the Hindu social fold. How do you reconcile this tension with Baba Sahib?
Prashant, I don't think it's a tension in a way, because it's a social churning which is going on. Even Ambedkar, for that matter, he chooses a path of Buddhism. And Buddhism is an Indic faith. He did not convert to any of the Abrahamic faiths, and he has written extensively about it. And speaking of the tension, I'm sure all of you are aware that for the first time in the history of our country, we have a woman from the Adivasi Samaj as a constitutional head of state. We have one of the most powerful prime minister who comes from a backward community. So I'm sure because of the social structures, there will be problems, but the sort of representation, the sort of dignity, the sort of social justice initiatives that have happened over the last 8 years, for that matter, if you see the President of India, the Draupadi Murmu, an Adivasi woman, replaces a man from the Dalit Samaj in the Rashtrapati Bhavan. So that is a phenomena. Dalits, the subaltern, the socially backward, the marginalized, they see a reflection of themselves when it comes to someone like Draupadi Murmu or Ramnath Kovind. And definitely, as far as the contributions of Dr. Ambedkar is concerned, Dr. Ambedkar made phenomenal contribution, but his contribution were unacknowledged. It took the dispensation in power more than 4 decades to give him a Bharat Ratna, the top civilian honor. It was a non-Congress government at the center that gave Bharat Ratna to Baba Sahib Ambedkar, supported by the Bharatiya Janata Party. So necessarily what we see, what we read, there is a reason that elections after elections, the party, the government in power, it's getting validation. And obviously, the pyramid, the social pyramid, it's getting deeper. It's the deepening of democracy which we are seeing. So I don't necessarily see when you say that there is a fundamental conflict or tension. There are struggle. I'm not denying that. Caste remains a problem. I'm here to acknowledge that. As someone with a lived experience, when I see news of atrocities, of killings which is happening, it disturbs me to the core. But at the same time, we must also read the positive side of it. A Dalit president, a Dalit Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. There is a movement in India, you are aware, Prashant, it's called DICCI, Dalit Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, which has given a lot of avenue to the Dalit youngsters. Now the Dalits want to be job givers, not job seekers. You look at the initiatives, I can go on and on about the Swachh Bharat Mission, the Awas Mission, Har Ghar Nal Yojana, and so on and so forth. But the idea that the tension is there, but at the same time, the integration and the harmony, it's now at a historical level.
You know, that's a good segue for me to ask you my next question, which is about the relationship between Hindutva and the issue of Dalit justice. Now, Hindutva is a movement that has been traditionally upper caste dominated. The Sangh has never had a non-upper caste Sarsang Chalak, if I'm going to put it that way. The BJP has been traditionally upper caste dominated. You did point to the efforts towards inclusion that have happened. And while researching my own book on BJP, I was struck by the fact that the BJP has won the highest number of reserved seats in 2 elections in a row. The BJP has the most number of Dalit MPs, the most number of Dalit MLAs in the country. So I'm not taking away from that representation, which to a certain extent the party now encapsulates. But is there a tension between that worldview of what is seen by critics as Hindu upper caste supremacy and the aspiration of Dalits to find a space within this structure?
That's an interesting question, Prashant. And you see, the three fundamental documents of our culture, of our civilization. Mahabharata, it was authored by a Dalit. Vedvyas, he was not an upper caste. Ramayana, Valmiki, not an upper caste. The Constitution of India, again authored by a Dalit. So the three important fundamental texts of Hindu Dharma is authored by a Dalit. I agree when you say that there is definitely some sort of exclusion which is happening, but you look at the faith and commitment. I come from Bihar. There is a very important festival called Chhat. Majority of the people who are doing Chhat, which is a most rigorous fast, 2.5 days without food and water, you would know, they are Dalits. The Kanwad Yatra, you do an academic social profiling, you would realize they are Dalits. There is a community, friends, in Chhattisgarh, in central India, the Ram Nami Samaj. The Ram Nami Samaj, they were denied entry into the temples. What they did, they inscribed the tattoo of Ram all over their body from head to toe, and they said, if you deny us the entry, we'll make our body our own temple. This is the level of faith and commitment. Dalits have been essentially the cultural Sanatani soldiers of Hindutva. Dalits are more Hindu than upper caste Hindutva. There is no question of that. There is absolutely no question of Dalits being excluded. Obviously, I agree when you say that there are instances of exploitation and discrimination which cannot be denied. And I am not at all subscribing to this idea of caste blindedness or caste denialism. But at the same time, the narrative which I see, I have been here since the last couple of weeks. The first question was asked to me was, how would you distinguish between a dharmic Dalit and a non-dharmic Dalit? I was surprised. Non-dharmic Dalit is an oxymoron. Like I said, Dalits are more Hindus than upper caste Hindus. You look at the Saraswati Puja, you look at the Durga Pujas, Dalits are constructing the biggest pandals in Patna and Calcutta. So we have to accept that. You look at Ram Nami Samaj, obviously there has been some incidents and there has been some incidents of conversion also that has happened in the past. But at the same time, I don't see it happening. About the party which you said, that how party has sort of cultivated, you have to realize, Prashant, that there has been only one occasion when a person from the Dalit community has become a national president of a national political party. It is the Bharatiya Janata Party, and that person from Dalit background was Swargiya Bangaru Lakshman. So today, you have a Dalit president, you have a tribal president, you have a Dalit national president within the political party, you have the highest ever members of Dalit community in the Council of Ministry, you have 3 Dalit women in the Uttar Pradesh Council of Ministry, where Yogi Adityanath is chief minister, and the sort of narrative which is ongoing, it disturbs me to the core. The community sees this. The community is now aspirational. The community is now assertive. You can no longer befool them. They can see a reflection of themselves when it comes to the organizational hierarchy of the party, when it comes to the organizational hierarchy of the government. You look at the topmost parliamentary board to our district, Panna and Mandal. It's socially diverse and reflective of our social realities. And you think Dalits can't see them? Dalits can see them. And obviously 2014, 2017, 2019. In 2019, the present government, the present party got 4 crore more votes than 2014 for that matter. So these are some very critical insights, some very critical arguments based on facts and evidences, which a lot of us discount when we form our opinion about the current dispensation or the country for that matter.
Is there a tension between the traditional upper caste structures and, as I acknowledged, the greater Dalit space within the party? I mean, how is that process going? And I don't ask this in the spirit of interrogating you, but in the spirit of understanding that when you are trying to create a more inclusive formation, there is often tension between those who have had entrenched interests and domination and newer groups and newer leaders who are trying to seek space within the same structure. How is the party dealing with that tension?
Prashantji, I would not have given this example, but since not in the spirit of integration, but I think I must put this across very candidly, that I come from the Dalit community and I'm the youngest ever national spokesperson any political party in India ever had. Youngest ever national spokesperson of the world's largest political party from the Dalit community. Specifically, I think my articulation, my research, my statements, that is something you can obviously assist me with. But from the level of national spokespersons to the level of national president within the party, when it comes to dignity and representation in the government as well, like I said, we have to acknowledge the fact that for the first time we have a woman from the Adivasi Samaj as the constitutional head of the state. But unfortunately, it's not being spoken. A lot of my friends in the US said, oh, your prime minister is a Savarna Hindu. They're not aware. He comes from a OBC background. So if you look at it, the diversity of institutions, and that is there to see for everyone. So I necessarily don't see this conflict.
How do you see political formations, Dalit political formations, which in the last 2 or 3 decades became very powerful forces in Indian politics? I'm thinking about the Bahujan Samaj Party, for instance. And there was a push, especially by Kanshiram, to create an autonomous kind of Dalit politics. What you represent is Dalit politics integrated within a national political framework and a national political party. How do you see the future of Dalit politics? As an autonomous kind of, will that stream and strand remain powerful, or you see this, or do you see that stream weakening and greater integration happening?
See, we must understand that, good that you spoke of Kanshiramji. Kanshiramji gave the slogan of Bahujan Hitai. And you see, that word Bahujan is borrowed from Vedas. Bahujan Hitai, Bahujan Sukhai. And then again this argument comes that there is a conflict between the Hindutva pyramid and the Dalits. You look at the leadership of Dalits since after independence. Ambedkar, Babu Jagjeevan Ram, the only Dalit deputy prime minister, Kanshiram, Mayawati, Ramvilas Paswan. The 5 tall Dalit leaders in the post-independence history. 4 of them devout Hindus. Devout Hindus. You go to the memorial of Babu Jagjeevan Ram, you would see a Tulsi. Babu Jagjeevan Ram, and in a sense, I might digress a bit, Babu Jagjeevan Ram, his role as a phenomenal Minister of Defense in 1971. In the 1971 war, and this is something which is not being acknowledged by us. Henry Kissinger, the great Henry Kissinger says that the most hawkish defense minister, Gary Bass, written a book called The Blood Telegram. He has acknowledged the role of Babu Jagjeevan Ram. So the point which I'm trying to make, you look at Kanshiram, you look at Babu Jagjeevan Ram, you look at someone like Mayawati ji, Ramvilas Paswan ji, they're all devout Hindus. Ambedkar also chooses a faith which is an Indic faith. There were indications that a lot of approach that was made from the Abrahamic leaders as well, but he denied them. So the point is this, that today we have a leadership, we have an institution which is definitely sort of negotiating with the Dalit aspiration, and necessarily the dichotomy which is there, I think it's best for the people of India to judge. I think us sitting thousands of miles away, and the Indian voter, I think Indian voter is probably the smartest voter in the world. And as long as we are getting validation from them, obviously that is something which is a reflection of themselves.
No, I think there is no doubt about the fact that this is a democratically elected, legitimate government with the representation that you're speaking about. Let me step back a little bit. We are in New York, and over the past few years, this country has been witnessing a churn in the politics of race. And there are very strong movements here. The Black Lives Matter movement, of course, has pushed the issue of racial justice at the center of American political discourse. While working on your book, and I'm returning to your book here, how did you think about the question of caste in India and the question of race in the United States? Are there correlations? Are there similarities in the manner of oppression? Are there lessons that both movements for justice can learn from each other? Are there clear divergences?
No, certainly. You see, the Constitution of India, the fundamental document of our nation, it was drafted by someone from the Dalit community. And the story of struggle is something which is fundamentally different. India, the moment we got our independence, we had a constitutional structure of affirmative action. We had special preference for people coming from the marginalized communities in the government-sponsored education and the government-sponsored employment. But nothing of that sort has ever been here in the United States constitutional structure in more than 200 years of history. Obviously, there are some executive orders, but nothing as sacrosanct as a constitutional structure. So obviously, there is much to learn. There is much to get inspiration from. But as we say that the attempts at inclusion, the attempts of social reforms have been very eternal. When you go through my book, you read the story of someone like Ayankali. Ayankali is a social reformer. So whenever there has been problems, our society, our culture, and our civilization always had that space of social reformation. So I don't necessarily see some comparison. And obviously, it's always academically and politically appropriate to learn from each other. And the manner of oppression and everything is very different. Like here, we have had head of states, like I said, for that matter, ministers of defense at leadership positions. The institutions are now becoming diverse gradually. Obviously, we need more. We need more diversity, equity, and inclusion in institutions like judiciary in India, in institutions like media, in institutions like civil society. But gradually, this will happen.
You know, I was waiting for Shazia ji to ask this question, but I'm going to ask you too. What is you talked about representation as an important element of equity. And clearly there has been a lot of progress in terms of representation of backward Hindu social groups, including Dalits. What about Muslims? The fact is that the party, I'm glad to see Shazia ji here, so maybe we will just wait for a moment and welcome her to the stage. The fact that Muslims don't find themselves represented in political structures in the BJP. I mean, no Muslim minister now, no Muslim MP in either house of the parliament, in a state like Uttar Pradesh with 200 million people where you have 40 million Muslims, no Muslim MLA. I mean, that's something that should, as somebody who's concerned and committed to the idea of equity, does that concern you? And where do you see that issue being addressed? How do you see that being addressed?
There is a difference between fact and opinion, I would say. Recently, I think a couple of days ago, we had Ghulam Ali ji from Jammu and Kashmir, a scheduled tribe Muslim Gujar from Jammu and Kashmir, sent to the Rajya Sabha. A Rajya Sabha nomination from Jammu and Kashmir. We have someone like Danish, a Pasmanda Muslim, who is part of Uttar Pradesh Council of Ministry. We had someone like Sikandar Bakht, who's been the founding member of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Array of leaders, Shahnawaz ji, Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi, Nazma Heptul. I can give you 100 such names. So obviously we must not be in this trap. And obviously for the first time, Prashant ji, we have to acknowledge that since 1952. Since 1952, we have this provision of presidential nominations to Rajya Sabha. The presidential nominations to Rajya Sabha in the art and culture category. For the first time in our history, we had a Dalit artist from Tamil Nadu, Ilayya Rajaji, sent to Rajya Sabha in this category. The previous dispensation, they couldn't find a Dalit in this category. And that is disturbing at so many levels. So look at the civilian honors, look at the Padma's award, look at the Padma Shri, look at the Padma Bhushan, Padma Bhushan. Someone like Haldar Nag from Mayurbhanj in Odisha getting a Padma Shri. Someone like Ramchandar Manji is getting a Padma Shri, remote part of Bihar. So, like I say, when I say representation, diversity, equity, inclusion, it's not a matter of slogan, it's a matter of commitment for each and every one of us.
Thank you so much, Guru Bhai. It's so nice to welcome Shazia ji here. You're somebody who crossed over from my side of the aisle. You were in the media to what we would call the darker side of the aisle, politics. But of course, you were motivated by the desire to change. You've had an interesting journey. You were a part of the India Against Corruption movement. You were at the forefront of protests against the horrific gang rape that happened in Delhi in the last decade, and then which led to tougher laws. You were a part of the Aam Aadmi Party, and then you made this switch to the BJP. Take us through this journey and how it was to switch from one party with a set of principles to another party with maybe an opposite set of ideological principles. Did you feel a tension there, and how was your transition in your broader journey?
So, well, I was on your side. I was a journalist for many years. And as an anchor, I was a TV news anchor. I was quite tired of talking about the corruption of UPA. And that's pretty much all the political reporting that happened, day after day, inundated by news of yet another scam in the UPA 2 government. And I just felt that we ought to do more about this. And instead of, I want to be cause in the matter and just not be there to comment on it on a regular basis as an observer, but to be, and so when the opportunity arose, Anna Hazare movement, it was great. And I had no idea that it would ever become a party. It would transform into a party, and it did. So, well, it started as an activist, from activism. I was part of the Anna Hazare movement. Arvind Kejriwal swore that it would not become a party, so I had no idea. So I'm in politics purely by accident. It was never by default or design whatsoever. I don't think I've switched or changed at all, because I spoke for transparency, for corruption, and I still do. As an activist, as an anchor, as a politician, I spoke for women's rights. My own truth, being a Muslim from UP, and all that came in my way of my education and my search for equity. I would continue to work on those. So the inner core of who you are pretty much remains the same. And what you seek, and your journey, and the anger within you, the angst, and what makes you who you are. So you seek that in different ways. You can have many forms, but the essential core and substance remains the same. So this has been my journey, and this is what has propelled it. So my fight against patriarchy, the need for reform in my community, the need for me to speak for other sisters, not just in my community, but all others perhaps, which is why I'm a petitioner in the new Uniform Civil Code that I'm working towards. So this has been, what I felt, the helplessness and the sense of injustice that I felt as a 12-year-old, growing up in Kanpur, in Uttar Pradesh, and you can tell the audience something about that, as to what it represents. In a Muslim household, Sunni household, where my father was a Maulana from Deoband, and Ammi wore a burqa, and every aunt from both sides and all sides wore, and it was really difficult to fight it, the whole bit of challenging the accepted system and to challenge the status quo of what a girl ought to do and ought to think and ought to be. And so I think it's been a whole lot of things. So to freeze me into an identity of just being a Muslim and a woman would be really being very reductionist. There's so much more to each one of us. But yes, on the question that you asked my colleague, Guru, we really need to know this. We talk about political empowerment and representation. It's really important that we do. And you and I were discussing the Rajendra Sachar committee reforms, right? So I've often wondered, so many years, so many other parties, 2/3 of our independent India and the governance and the governments that have led it, how come the socio-economic indices for Muslims have been so skewed against them? Why is it that in terms of education, employability, representation in government and non-government jobs, microcredit schemes, sanitation, higher employment, Muslims were far behind? So let's see, but there was a lot of political representation of Muslims by all those parties who are not called anti-Muslims, or so there's something to be said there. And I want to bring to your notice, Prashant, some figures. So look at, when you say minorities, now obviously you're talking about Muslims. But I just want everybody to know that we have many other minorities. We have Parsis, Jains consider themselves minorities too. Many of them do. And we have Sikhs. And Muslims are not the only minority. So, I have never considered myself as a member of a minority. I would rather expand my being instead of reducing it to being just a minority. No, I'm an equal stakeholder in my country's progress. So why would I see myself as a member of a minority? I'm an Indian. I'm also a Muslim. I'm also a woman. I'm also from UP. And these are all the identities that I traverse, crisscross, celebrate, and sometimes not. They come in the way of so many other things. But that's it.
You know, I completely take your point about multiple identities, and my apologies because I, of course, don't want to box you in as only a Muslim or only a Muslim spokesperson of this party. But you know, I just want to take off on something that you said, that we did see in the first few decades after independence in the Sachar Committee report, quite brilliantly documented the socio-economic marginalization of Muslims, and there was political representation which was higher. Have we swung to the other extreme today, where I will acknowledge that there is a revolution in the way delivery mechanisms work in India? It's far less leaky. There are direct benefit transfers, and there is no discrimination as far as welfare scheme goes. I will acknowledge that. And in that sense, there is some socioeconomic empowerment. But the idea of equity, I mean, this goes back to what you think about and how you understand equity, also includes representation, also includes an environment where everybody feels safe and secure to say what they want. And there is a perception that under the BJP, that's definitely not the case with Muslims. And there is a perception that there is an erosion in representation and there is almost an invisibilizing of Muslims from the public space. How would you address that? Is there a balance to be struck between representation and welfare in both?
So first of all, I'd like to say that if you see the figures, that the biggest accomplishment, and there have been many, is that the dropout rate of Muslim girls in schools and colleges has gone down from 70% to 30%. So if this is not empowerment, 40% more Muslim girls, and I say it as a Muslim woman who could have been one of those girls, because one has to fight your own system and your own aunts and uncles and your immediate ecosystem to get out there, and the social milieu that you have to deal with. So I feel very happy that 40% more Muslim girls now go to schools and colleges. And this is a change that has happened only from 2014. Now that itself is huge. I can give you figures. For instance, if you look at any of the government schemes, I mean, if I want to tell you about the housing schemes, you see the percentage of Muslims in the country, and that's a huge number, but much more, not even in direct proportion, but Muslims have benefited from the central government schemes and the various states much more disproportionate to the population almost, because of the fact that they were socially, economically backward and kept so by the other parties for so many years, who just saw them as a vote bank and votaries of power. And I think it just was a ruse to keep them in that position and not to do anything about it. So it's one thing to have a Muslim name there and make him or her a minister. And in India, as you know, I mean, contrary to what Muhammad Ali Jinnah would have talked about, a representative of India or an elected MP would have to work for both Hindus and Muslims and all the constituents in the constituency. So you don't have to be a Muslim to work for Muslims. You don't have to be a Hindu. This is how it is. This is how the framework of a constitution has been and designed so by the Constituent Assembly members. It's a mandate of every MP and every MLA, irrespective of what religion they come from, to work for the empowerment of everybody. And that's a rule of law we believe in.
Are you uncomfortable sometimes with the majoritarian rhetoric that emanates from parts of your party and its wider ideological fraternity? The Nupur Sharma controversy happened recently. You wrote a piece in Express where you were quite critical of the VHP, for instance, when it came to the Bilkis Bano case. So I'm asking this as, you're somebody who comes from a liberal, journalistic kind of background, and you spoke about your family background, which I think is very interesting, that you're rooted in the community. So, and the religious traditions of that community. Does that make you uncomfortable?
Well, I think extremism of any kind, and it does make me uncomfortable. More than that, it makes me angry. And I actually oscillate from being amused to being very, very angry. So it's just, we've become almost dumb about it, boxing ourselves all the time. So Shazi Almi, Muslim, in BJP, evil. So and so some other. So it's like BJP bad, Congress good. I think that's very simplistic, and it's very silly. So people must grow up and read more and engage more instead of just believing in this binary. And within the BJP also, there has been so much evolution. the discourse has changed so much from within. And the different schools of thought and different people feel about things differently. So that individuality is allowed to flourish. And I retain that, as you pointed out. And yes, it does make me uncomfortable, because you can't be bashing up one religion. I mean, both sides. And it makes me very uncomfortable to be out there speaking against hijab and have the so-called secularists speak in favor of hijab and call it freedom of choice. Because I know as a Muslim girl, there is no choice. When the social conditioning is such that everybody around you wears a hijab, then as a 13 and a 14-year-old, you really don't have much of a choice. That's one. Two, it also offends me deeply when I fight for a legislation like triple talaq, or the oral pronouncement of divorce, saying it by uttering I divorce thee thrice, if I were to translate it properly. It bothers me that something that is not even a part of Quran is really, and on so many levels, is so disturbing, is actually endorsed by the so-called secularists. So I don't get it. Something that is not all right with one from the point of view of feminism. So there is so much of contradiction with these so-called left liberals, and nothing liberal about them, I dare say. They don't want to speak up. So who will speak for the minority within the minority? Who will?
No,
I choose to do that, and I'm very proud of that.
No, I think the distortions within the politics of secularism have clearly produced a certain kind of backlash, and I think it is important to acknowledge that. But as much as I'd like to monopolize this conversation, I think it's only fair to give our audience the chance to ask you questions. We have about 10 minutes. So if there is anybody who would like to ask Guru and Shahjaji questions, please do come up to the mic and ask. Feel free to ask your questions. I would urge you to keep your questions crisp. We would love to hear your thoughts, but I think your commentary can wait for the discussions offline. Questions, please.
I have 2 questions. Hello.
Please go ahead, Asha, we can hear you.
I have 2 questions. One is, 4 BJP MPs complained about the treatment of Dalits. Uday Raj saying Dalits were tortured after protests. Yashwant Singh said nothing has happened for Dalits. He wrote a letter to the Prime Minister. What do you feel about these kind of comments coming from MPs within the BJP talking about... sorry, I'll just ask my second question.
Yeah, sure. I think that's good.
My second question was to do with general press freedom in India. All global rankings have shown that press freedom and civil society in general is under attack in India. The rankings have fallen very drastically. Most recently, there have been raids on CPR and Oxfam in India. Amnesty International has been asked to leave. So if you can just comment on that. Thank you.
So first of all, Udit Raj, the Dalit MP that you talk about, the person you talk about, was an MP from the BJP in the last term. And he actually turned really hostile because he was not given another ticket for the second time, this time over. And he's no longer with the BJP. That's one. And maybe you would like to say something more about the Dalit issue, that there's ill treatment of Dalits in the party.
I don't think it's correct. And obviously, Udit Raj became a member of parliament when he joined the Bharatiya Janata Party. He was with a separate political party for like decades, and to become a member of parliament in the Indian parliament, it was the Bharatiya Janata Party that gave him the platform. But regardless of that, there are mechanisms within the party, within the organization, that if you have certain concerns, you can obviously express and these concerns get addressed. As far as your question about the institutions, the freedom of institutions is concerned, I think the present Prime Minister has been one of the most vilified Prime Minister for the last 15 years. The amount of abuses which is hurled on him, and then I don't think that when the head of state is being abused left, right and center, being critical and constructively critical is one point, but if you have the freedom to say things about Prime Minister, which anywhere in the world I don't think anyone will have. You just need to go to the social media and you just need to do a basic elementary research, you would get. So I don't necessarily agree with that, sir.
But Guru, I'll just follow up on that quickly, which is that there are concerns about the larger state of civil liberties in India, and the fact that dissent is not really welcomed, that there is often a crackdown on civil society institutions which may seem as critical. There is either a pliant kind of media, or there are levels of self-censorship that the media has to exercise. I'm not making a value judgment, but I am putting to you this point of view. And so, more than the current raids, how would you think about the larger state of civil liberties, which is essential to the idea of equity, right, where everybody has a voice?
A former leader of my party, Bharatiya Janata Party, late Arun Jaitley ji, and I categorically remember one thing which he said. He said how dissent is the essence of democracy. A lot of our leadership, if you look at the Bharatiya Janata Party leadership, they are product of anti-emergency protest. You look at Lal Krishna Advani, you look at late Arun Jaitley ji, late Sushma Swaraj ji, they were product of anti-emergency movement. So I don't fundamentally agree with this position. Obviously, the status of civil liberties, if you look at it institutionally, I mean, today you have certain ideas, you have certain agenda. Obviously, there is a very robust judicial process in our country. And Prashant, I'm sure you will not dispute that we have a judiciary which is supreme. There is a rule of law. And nothing is beyond the Constitution, nothing is above the Constitution. We operate within the four walls of Constitution. And there have been judgments against the government, against the leadership, against the party. There have been critical commentary against them. So it is more of an opinion than a fact, Prashant, I would say.
Quick follow-up, Shazia.
And because I'm a spokesperson and I've been there for a while, and I was a news anchor of one of the largest television networks in Hindi, so I know a little something about it. I think press freedom, I think we just have, so much freedom that nobody can complain of the same. I'm there every day. And you're almost vilified, and the things that get said, not just about the Prime Minister, but about BJP. I mean, so nobody could accuse the, BJP of muffling freedom. And I want to tell you that I was part of the Anna Hazare movement when Anna, an octogenarian, was thrown into a jail by the UPA government. Nirbhaya Andolan, I know how we were beaten up only because we protested for better rape laws. And all of us were beaten up, and we had to withstand the tear gas shells and on those cold nights. So I don't know what we're talking about. I think people I think there's some, one can't, I'm asked these questions and I don't know what to say. Somebody wrote, Shazia supports genocide because she's in the BJP. And I said, I don't know. I think, if somebody is has hallucinations and is in an altered state of being, they need help. I can't dignify their questions and their issues. I mean, because I'm a journalist. I'm not a therapist. I can't answer that, you see.
Please, go ahead. Sorry.
I just wanted to say I'm so thrilled to see budding young politicians like both of you, Guru and Shazia, and we welcome you here in the U.S. We hope you will be part of this, corridor between India and U.S. I especially want to invite you to Silicon Valley to set up, a deeper corridor on that side, because I find a lot of you guys end up coming to the East Coast but not to the West Coast. So please, you have to be there. The second thing I want to ask you is, Shazia, did I hear you say just now that you might be leading some efforts on uniform civil code? And if so, I'm so proud of you. I think we desperately need that in India. And I know it's a tricky subject. It's a very sensitive subject. But I think it's an important thing for somebody to take on. It's courageous on your part to do that.
But please tell me a bit more about why you're doing it and how you might be proceeding and pros and cons of that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Asha ji. And I think we're running out of time, so Shazia ji, if you can keep your answer crisp about the Uniform Civil Code.
Sure. Well, I've hardly had any time, thanks to the Uber Blues, as I said. Well, so Uniform Civil Code, when the triple talaq or this legislation took place in India, and I think most of you know about the Shah Bano case if you follow Indian politics. I think it was really important to know, it's important to know that we don't have to just do things for Indian Muslim women, but women across the board, Hindus, Parsis, and that personal laws in India are subject, they are not part of the IPC or CRPC, And when it comes to laws vis-a-vis adoption, inheritance, marriage, and divorce, they are considered personal laws, and they are subject to a different jurisdiction, which could be Sharia, where Muslims are concerned, and respective religions and what they believe in. Which is why it's important to be a robust democracy for all of us to have the same kind of law for all women in India across the spectrum, religious spectrum. And this is not coming in the way of their freedom to profess a religion or mock or humiliate any particular custom, but just for the sake of equity and to do right by the Constitution and what it stands for.
I'll be happy to continue this session, but I'm under strict instructions from the organizers to wrap it up. I do want to thank both of you, Guru Bhai, Shazia ji, for being open and democratic in taking questions and answering what many would see as uncomfortable questions. It is in that spirit of inquiry and civilized dialogue that JLF has hosted this session, and I hope we can continue this conversation offline and in future editions. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, Sanjay, Suraj, and the JLF team.
You're familiar with our distinguished panelist, and I just wanted to begin by recalling that when I first came to New York, what is it now, 35 years ago, the Village Voice had a cover story on the unexpected treasures of New York City. And first in that list was the Asia Society, and the second was the Nicholas Roerich Museum, which is about 50 blocks north and west of here, and still continues to this day. It's interesting also the connection between the two, because Roerich was famous of describing Asia. There is pitched the tent for all travelers and seekers. And he became a seeker 100 years ago next May. It was in 1923 that he set out from this country, the United States, to India. And one of his recollections, which is very apt for the forum in which we are this afternoon, was when he went to Jaipur. And he said, "The tigers roar in Jaipur. The Maharaja has forbidden anyone to shoot them. In Golta Place, the tribes of monkeys are at war. The guide arranges a battle for a most reasonable fee. Today, all battles can be arranged for a fee." And I think that last line of his really epitomizes what was to become the logic of his pact and the banner of peace. As Sanjoy reminded us so eloquently last evening, when you have war or conflict, it is children and women who suffer the most. But they're not the only ones who suffer, because they are, in a sense, the first shield for the men who will then follow. And so it was with Roerich for the less animate victims of war, national treasures, monuments, cultural heritage, because he recognized that once they become the target of aggression or cruelty or weaponry, the human race itself cannot be far behind. Yesterday, the 13th of September, marked the 33rd anniversary, I beg your pardon, the 23rd anniversary of the United Nations declaring a culture of peace. It was done on the 13th of September, 1999, just at the turn of the century. And that document, in many senses, embodied what Roerich hoped and what he strove for. It had a very eloquent reference in it, describing peace as a set of values, attitudes, traditions, modes of behavior, and ways of life, all of which were subsumed in that larger culture. So today, in a surrounding and in an environment which speaks to and of culture, where does that element stand? A concept that at one stage was considered almost exclusively political. Can we make it cultural? And do we only protect culture from its depredations? Or do we use culture to enhance its prevention? That is the first question that I would like to pose to our distinguished panelists today. May I begin with you, Swaminathanji, please?
Yeah. Historically, conquerors destroyed heritage. It was a sign of showing your power, your might, that you went to the palaces, the temples, the places of worship. You destroyed them to show how great and powerful you were. Equally, the whole point of conquest was to enrich yourself. So obviously you looted whatever was of value, whether it was gold, diamonds, other artifacts, and you took it away. And if you did this on a really large scale, you would be called Alexander the Great or somebody the Great. It was considered a really great thing to have this massive amount of destruction and massive amount of looting. Then I think the attitudes changed with the European Enlightenment and the idea of universal values, that things don't belong to just a race or a kingdom or something. They belong to all humanity. In India, I think Gandhi and Tagore are very much part of that particular tradition. Roerich came into that part of that tradition. And I think it was a great insight that here was the Red Cross, the idea of a Red Cross, that yes, there are enemies, there are people fighting one another, but if somebody is in pain, somebody is injured, somebody is dying, an independent organization should be able to go in and without fear or favor as to which side you belong to, male, female, young, old, you would be looked after as best as possible because you were a human being. So it was the universalization of a value to all, regardless of your race, nationality, anything else. And Roerich wanted to extend this to heritage. He said, as you say, whether it was a painting, a monument, a temple, a house, all of these, that they belonged not just to one particular race or individual or a kingdom, but to all humanity. And I'm glad to see that in the 20th century we began to move in this direction. Roerich anticipated the United Nations, the signing of the human rights, that we need to go on all these things. And some things, however, have been going the wrong way in recent times. I mean, there was the Taliban destroying the Buddha statues. You had ISIS or other Islamic groups destroying the most ancient monuments in Timbuktu. You've had the looting of the museums in Baghdad and Afghanistan, all kinds of artifacts just taken away, just looted, as you know, just being sold for private profit. Within India, an enormous number of temples, the idols have disappeared. They've either been stolen or sold by the priest, and you will find them in New York, London, and various other parts of the world because of this general loot going. So the important thing, as I said, is to regard it as a national heritage and stop this destruction. Unfortunately, we have a situation, I mean, Roerich was Russian, but Russia has engaged in a war in which apparently a significant amount of heritage is getting destroyed there itself. But the narrow nationalisms, without having a war in India, we are having a situation where the destruction of heritage is regarded as a great thing. The Babri Masjid was destroyed by a particular crowd, and they were so happy about it. There was no question of regarding it as heritage of all Indians, but this is the property of the enemy that must be destroyed. There is a similar attitude that we see in regard to the Gyanvapi Mosque or the Mosque and Eidgah in Mathura. And there are perhaps 3,000 other such who are under the target of a group of people who believe that destruction of all that is the appropriate triumph of a particular cultural value of Hinduism. And this is something that I really think we need to fight against. I myself, my ancestral village is in Tanjore district, and the Brihadeshwara temple out there, it's one of the great wonders of India. I look upon it and I'm so proud that this is mine. But equally, if I go before the Church of Bom Jesus in Goa, I say this is also mine. If I go before the Taj Mahal or the Siddhi Sai Mosque in Ahmedabad, these are also mine. When I saw the Jewish synagogue in Cochin, that is also mine. It has nothing to do with religion. It belongs to all of us. We should all treasure it. So I think these are the values we need to push forward with, and we need to fight against the enormously strong forces that we now see that are out to pulverize our heritage instead of conserving it.
Thank you. That's a very powerful phrase. This is mine. This is also mine. Thank you for that. Gopalji?
There is the question of destruction, which is a word used very centrally in the Ruhrich Pact. There is, as an antidote to it, the use of the word preservation and protection. So when there's a choice between destruction and protection, whether of national symbols or of national cultural icons, material or intellectual or philosophical, the choice is clear. I don't want anything destroyed. I would like what is sacred to me to be preserved, what is sacred to the other person to be preserved. That is clear enough. But there's another danger which I think the Ruhrich Pact and those who subscribe to it, beginning with the 21 countries on the American continent, may not have foreseen. which is not destruction, but something else, which is a modification and a disfigurement and a transformation of what exists into something else without changing the physicality of the object, but changing its spirit. I think destruction is simple enough to oppose, protection simple enough to applaud. But the subtle changes that are being made to symbols are very important. The most important and most pernicious modification of a great symbol, a cultural symbol, was the swastika by Hitler. Something so sacred to India was turned into something absolutely horrible and horrific. So much so that many in India, many of my generation certainly, are afraid to use the swastika or employ it in any way that is spontaneous and natural. And so we have to look beyond the pact and its simple, clear and almost innocent directive to the dangerous methodologies of our times. I think post-World War II, in which the distinction between the true, the authentic, and the false and the synthetic, that distinction is not lost. Today we are afraid of anything that is not authentic, that is fake. We are not only in post-truth, but we are in a generation and in times when the artificial and the distorted original has become real. Every day is a challenge between choosing what is real and what is pretending to be real. And that is very difficult. And a false step can be very dangerous.
Thank you, Gopalji, for that salutary reminder that distortion or transformation can be as lethal as destruction itself. And I dare say, Ashaji, that's something very true of the technological industry, especially today. What are your thoughts on the context of the Rorick Pact to that adventure of discovery and yet possibly destruction?
First of all, I want to thank the Delhi Art Gallery to have preserved this important work and brought it and highlighted it today at JLF to bring out this conversation again. It's a very important piece of art that they have, and I'm glad that they're highlighting it today and getting us to talk about it. I think technology has always been a dual-edged sword. So on one hand, it's a very powerful democratizing force that has made the internet and all the information of the world available to the last person, to the last mile. Today you have every villager who has access to smartphones and has access to information that we never had even 10 years ago. So that element is very powerful. Again, as Gopal just mentioned, I think there is also the danger of using any technology. By the way, this is not just about the internet, but any technology, whether it's an automobile, whether it is fusion of two atoms, or whether it is electricity, whether it is the printing press, a lot of technologies, disruptive new civilizational technologies. When people understand the power of what it can do, there have been, multiple vectors that have always emerged and tried to claim the energy of these new technologies. So this is nothing new actually, but I think on the as far as the internet goes, because it's so easy to amplify the good and the bad, this is something that has had dangerous implications, not just in authoritarian communist societies, but also in democracies, powerful democracies like US and India, where we have seen the current battlefield is the battlefield of narratives, and we find people from multiple sides of the aisle creating their own narrative, using tools and understanding that we all have from the world of advertising or marketing, and leveraging those understandings to see how we can influence behavior of people who are not fully informed. And that has created powerful and damaging conditions right now. We are in an unprecedented polarized world in the United States between the red states, blue states, and so on. We have seen January 6th happening. We see things happening in India also right now, which we are not used to. And so technology has a dangerous implication, but I personally am an optimist, and I see that at the end of the day, what will happen is those who are, in positions of power will have the will and the wisdom to bring about, certain amount of regulation, so that there isn't sort of unfettered access to this kind of power of the internet or of technology in general.
Thank you, and thank you for the reference to DAG, the Delhi Art Gallery. They have a little subscript to the banner for peace saying, "Where there is culture, there is peace. Where there is peace, there is culture." And we've talked often about the Rorick Pact and the banner for peace being a precursor for the United Nations, but it's salutary to remember it took 82 years after the pact was signed in 1935 for the United Nations Security Council to finally deplore and condemn the unlawful destruction of cultural heritage and also destruction of religious sites and artifacts in the context of armed conflict. Swaminathanji, you have witnessed and written eloquently about how nations come together in what one may call an economic cause, the Bretton Woods institutions, the World Bank. Why has it been relatively easy for them to come to terms with each other on these bread and butter issues and yet be so ambivalent about something like culture and peace?
I would not say that everybody has got together so happily on the economic side. There is economic warfare of all kinds. We have currently the West sanctioning Russia, and Russia is sanctioning the West by cutting off gas and sending the prices in Europe up 20 times and causing an energy crisis not seen since the World War II. So I wouldn't say that economics is an area which has any less warfare than of the military kind. But yes, there have been institutions getting together on economics, and there have been institutions getting together on culture. There have been huge improvements. I mean, for instance, to me, one of the marvels, I was earlier this year down in Egypt, and you go to Abu Simbel, and you see here were these 17 of these dozens of monuments which are going to completely be drowned by that Aswan Dam. And there was an international effort that all of these monuments were painstakingly cut out, brick by brick, reassembled at a higher level. And it was preserved for all posterity. This was an international effort. Nasser personally didn't care. I mean, he wanted the dam, he wanted the huge amount of irrigation. And for him, the cultural part, it was regrettable, but he was willing to lose it. But the world got together and saved those as saying, this is the heritage not just of Egypt, but of the world. And that is the kind of attitude I think we need to have on a much larger scale. I would say in India right now, we are full of history. We are full of historical monuments. There are 1,000 places to dig in. The Archaeological Survey of India, unfortunately, has very limited funds. I mean, it's not a rich country, and it's not a country that gives archaeology any great advantage. And therefore, the Archaeological Survey is unable to do 1/100th of the work that it really should be doing. But to me, then the question is, why on earth don't you throw India open to the archaeologists of the whole world? If you go to Egypt, you will find there is the German expedition, Danish expedition, American expedition, British and French expeditions. The archaeologists of the world are there unearthing these. Many of the most famous things that have been unearthed were not unearthed by Egyptian archaeologists. They were done by archaeologists of the whole world. And yet we in India, we want to keep these foreigners out. The foreigner, he might run away with some Indian artifact. Oh, for heaven's sake, I mean, we have looted our own things right through history. What are you afraid? It's the foreigners who have preserved the stuff in Egypt, in Mesopotamia, in so many of the... So let them in. Let them dig. Let them go all over the place. To me, the greatest thing that has happened in India recently is the entry of the Aga Khan Foundation. They have rehabilitated the Humayun's tomb marvelously. They're doing the same to Khan's tomb. What they're doing in Sundar Nursery is a marvel. And I've been to Kabul where they're restoring Babur's tomb, which was destroyed by the civil war out there. This is just one of 1,000 institutions. Why not have 1,000 such institutions all over India digging and getting everything out? So we need in India to say that, why are we not part of this universalization? Why are we not getting the willing cooperation of archaeologists of the whole world to come and help reveal in India what our real glory was?
Thank you for that. I want to pursue one of the lines of thought there with Gopalji. Gopalji, you're really, in a very literal sense, a child of the United Nations. You were born the very week the San Francisco Conference began, which drew up the Charter of the United Nations, and the organization came into being 6 months later. Going back from Mr. Iyer's point about, in a sense, the unique responsibility of India, a responsibility which, as you know, we exercised admirably in the case of South Africa and the declaration of racism in South Africa as universally illegal. Is there a case, and I also ask you this as the first director of the Nehru Cultural Centre in London, is there a case for India to take a greater international profile, including at the United Nations, for the protection of culture and heritage?
There certainly is, but I would like to answer your question, respond to your question with a reflection. The tools of protection and preservation have not advanced. They are exactly what they were 50, 100 years ago, which is basically speaking the truth, saying it as it is. But the tools of distortion have expanded exponentially. The way in which anything that exists can be portrayed differently from how it is, the ways of that have changed. The technologies at the hands of distortion and therefore of destruction are growing menacingly fast. But the methodologies of protection are exactly where they were. And so there's almost a losing battle between preserving what is true and what is authentic and the opposite. India certainly has a role to play in this, because it is in India that texts, literary texts, monuments have survived the ages and have been held up for the world to see, most significantly by the adoption by the Republic of India of very ancient symbols of our cultural integrity, in the shape of our national emblem, in the shape of the symbols that have gone into our national flag, very, very significantly. But now it's something that has gone beyond just simple protection and replication. South Africa, which you mentioned, has a very great tradition exemplified by Nelson Mandela's preservation of certain cultural resources of that country at the time of the birth of the new South Africa, when he said that the legacy of South Africa from Afrikaans is not to be squandered, is as important for us as our own African legacies. The national anthem of South Africa, which he nurtured, has the languages of both. Sri Lanka has tried to do something very similar, though not very successfully, and perhaps not so earnestly as Nelson Mandela tried. But the most important cultural resource of India, which it has to protect and which it has to foster and to offer to the world, is the legacy of India's pluralism. India's belief in all its multiple faith traditions, which Dr. Swaminathan Iyer referred to. And that, I feel and fear, is something which we may squander by sheer default and neglect. And I am very conscious now of the multiple uses of the very word culture in today's political narrative. Culture can become today something which is very different from what it meant to my generation or the generation before us, before mine. It can mean something which is very narrow and very intolerant. And I shudder at the possibilities of modern technology, at the use and the prerogatives of that narrow vision.
I'm tempted at this point to reflect what Nicholas Rorick's definition of culture was when he said it was the universal language of love, beauty, and action. So not something inanimate or passive to be savored and enjoyed, but something to which the human being must actively contribute. I also wanted to mention, Gopalji, that 2 points you mentioned, national integrity or cultural integrity and pluralism, to some may appear contradictory because one might appear monolithic while the other, quite obviously, is pluralistic. And in that connection, Ashaji, to bring the UN back into the conversation, one of the major attempts of the United Nations right now is to create a global digital compact, which will not only give access to digital means of communication, but also harmonize it to international standards, technical as much as ethical. Do you see a challenge to that international norm with what was described earlier this afternoon as either narrow nationalism or a sense of national identity?
You know, I see the UN as a body that exists in a system of sovereign states. As long as states, nation states, understand that it's in their self-interest to tie their hands, like in the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. If a nation state understands and computes in its utility matrix that it's in its self-interest to do so, it will do so. But it will not do so if it is left undesigned and uncrafted. So, for example, in the nuclear non-proliferation, we had national leaders taking 2 or 3 people at those days who had taken a leadership role in saying, how do we communicate this cost-benefit equation to various nation states to tie their own hands willingly to non-proliferation. Similarly, can we have this kind of a compact on cultural traditions, on heritage, and does that factor into the matrix of the sovereign states? Unfortunately, I don't think so. I think it's not something that is of that urgent calibration in the calculus of nation states. I don't see that happening. Even today, as we see, whether it's Russia attacking Ukraine or whether it was United States in the Middle East, for the last 20, 30 years, during the Cold War and the Afghan War, we have not really been in any way as a leader, as the architect of the post-Bretton Woods structure. We have not ourselves not been diligent about saying what is it that we are doing to protect treasures in Iraq and so on. And we've had looting happening by our own teams. So right now, I don't see that much hope in the UN as being able to proliferate this, to have this kind of a compact for culture and arts. It's something that will have to have some market imperative to do that in order for certain segments to say this is what needs to be protected. Because same thing, I think it applies to human rights. You have China, for example, signing on the human rights treaties, but when it comes to its own national self-interest, it will do with the Uyghurs what it wants to do, even though it may be part of the human rights treaties. So I see art and culture falling in that bucket, unfortunately, right now.
Yeah, thank you for that. I dare say there have been instances, and one has to be very grateful for them, where the market and the moral imperatives have coincided, especially as far as the UN is concerned. And that's really, as all of you have suggested, as much because of the individual willingness of nations to, perhaps subordinate is the wrong word, but to accommodate their interests in a global context and take it a step further. Thank you for this very rich conversation, which I would now like to enlarge to include our audience listening. I think if I understand it, there is a microphone here. So if you do have a point to make or a question for any of the panelists, please do come up and share that with us.
Ramu, I have actually a question for you.
Sure.
The UNESCO report, for example, which comes out every 2 years, most countries fail to even fill up the questionnaire and the survey forms that UNESCO sets out. As a UN body, what does UNESCO need to do to be able to sell itself far more effectively to nation states so that they can look at culture and art somewhat seriously? At the drop of a hat, everybody wants to have a song and dance, but nobody really puts in that kind of investment required to actually further culture and tradition and preserve it and take it to the next stage. So what do UN bodies or other associated bodies need to do to be able to give much more seriousness to this, because it doesn't even get enough funding?
Thank you, Chandra. I'll venture an answer to that. And much of it is really derived from what Dr. Iyer here mentioned about what I would call a certain impatience with history, while people in our own country, India, do not venerate or give regard to our own history, our own monuments, as a foreigner might. And this leads obviously to the question about how to make the preservation of heritage, which is one of UNESCO's core functions, economically attractive to a nation. And that really comes down to very budgetary issues. One of the particular ones that I can highlight is tourism, and certainly a much greater linkage between UNESCO, which is one of the oldest United Nations agencies, and the United Nations World Tourism Organization, which is amongst the youngest. Because I'd like to divert for a moment and recollect what William Dalrymple had said at the very first Jaipur Literary Festival in 2006, where he felt that much of the audience were tourists who had mistakenly found their way in. And also a quote of Nicholas Roerich, whom we've been talking about, who said, in the north of India, American tourists are called normal because their hurrying, breathless groups have a special character completely outside the understanding of the people of India. And I dare say that that might still be true today. But having said that, I think that we really have to invest governments, and this is true of all reporting mechanisms with the UN, with the fact that by reporting to an international body, they are enlarging the scope of their own domestic increase in revenue, increase in accessibility, and increase in international understanding, international appreciation. I don't know if anyone else has to contribute to this, because I'm by no means an expert on the subject despite my connection with the UN.
No, I'd say that this nominating sites to be heritage sites, holding up particular standards. Right. I mean, in the absence of those standards, you would not get the new push that we are getting. Absolutely. And I think it's become a very important thing that if the UN describes something as being, this is a heritage site, that draws the tourists. Because it draws tourists, in the country itself, there is a new pride in things in which people didn't even know about themselves earlier on. So I think spreading awareness is an important thing, pride in your own cultural things, and of course the tourism then brings in revenue, it helps livelihoods. People are able to not only be proud, but make a living out of the fact that heritage is now a glowing, living part of the economy. So that, I think, is a very positive thing. And the question is, can this be extended not just to culture, but to lakes, to mountains, to various other things? There are various other things that are also in need of preservation.
No, I'm all for lakes and mountains. I also would like to caution that sometimes when you get into heritage, this whole idea of intangible heritage has become a little far too far-reaching. Spain declared got the UN to declare a year of sustainable gastronomy, which is all for the good, except when the meeting was held at the board outside, someone dropped the G, so it said sustainable astronomy. And I had a delegate from India who saw it and said, we must talk about this, and went in and spoke passionately for 10 minutes about astronomy being sustainable. And no one noticed the difference. Sorry, you were about to say something, Ashaji?
No, excellent point. No, I was just thinking to Sanjoy's question about, what are the ways in which UNESCO could have more teeth, so to speak. And I think, once again, I want to, highlight the point that there is it's important to have some market mechanism that one can talk about and even quantify, just like we have done in the case of carbon now. In a very, very significant, very important way, we are able to now quantify what it means to do a carbon swap for certain industries, what is carbon neutral building, what is a carbon neutral industry. Similarly, is there something that one can figure out? I'm sure people have at the UN, but is there some kind of that, that equation or some variable that one can come up with which quantifies what it means for arts and culture to be a public good? And how do you monetize it? And, to Ayur's point about, but this being part of GDP or livelihoods, is that if that narrative is crafted carefully, I think we have some hope there.
Any thoughts, Gopalji? Sorry.
I would like very briefly to refer to Roerich's greatest visual impact on my generation, which was through his paintings and those of his son, of the Himalaya. The Himalaya have never been made more real to me by anything other than by the Roerich paintings. Now, are the Himalayas part of our cultural heritage which can be preserved? I would say, if Roerich's paintings are an indication, they are. But how are they to be preserved, and what are we doing to preserve the Himalaya? And whatever emerges from the Himalaya in terms of intangible culture from the Himalayas, and also the physical and environmental aspects of the Himalaya. I think the Himalaya are in danger not only in India but across wherever the Himalaya are. And I'm not going to venture into the area of climate change, but except to say that very authentic voices from the Himalaya are greatly exercised over the future of the Himalaya and over the future of the culture of the people who live in the Himalaya. And they find no solace and no reassurance from the rest of the country. And I think the Ruriks, father and son and daughter-in-law, Devika Rani, would have been greatly distressed by what is happening to them.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Is there anyone else there? Or? Yes, sir. Sorry.
Yes, I'm Hugo Weyer. I would like to pick up, thank you all for a fantastic discussion. I would like to pick up on Mr. Iyer's point of inviting outside enterprise, in a sense, to come to India to dig and find these things and reveal it to the world. In a sense, you're implying also that art and culture works as an ambassador for its source nation, and so it needs to be revealed. Now, there are various, I think this is a very enlightened view, and if we look at the historic examples you gave, Egypt, China too, where things were really dug up by foreign nations, and it wasn't ever the locals doing it. But it has now, in hindsight, also created issues. What is the ownership, right? Egypt had a contract with the German digger and they would split what they would find. So Nefertiti is now in Berlin. But Egypt has gone this far today to say all of this, what is left, Egypt, belongs to Egypt. It's all stolen. Everything around the world is stolen. That's quite extreme view, in view what this has all done. Someone told me also about the Elgin marbles at the British Museum. Without them coming to England, without them being revealed to the West, Greece would maybe still be under Turkish control. It helped them be rehabilitated, so to speak. So I think your view is extremely enlightened. If India doesn't have the means today to do it themselves, let others come to do it. But how do you protect this heritage well then? And what is the best way to split it, so to speak? Or how to take it forward? For India, this is the greatest treasure it's sitting on and hasn't really tapped into until now.
Okay, there are a lot of politics that comes into this. Who owns what? The Kohinoor diamond is one of the big things in India. Does it belong to England? And there are lots of people say, no, this belongs to India. You know, there was this boy, Dilip Singh, the son of Maharaja Ranjit Singh, and he was more or less pressured into kind of gifting it. It wasn't really a gift. So India should get it back. And we, of course, keep shouting that. But a small detail that actually all this action took place in Lahore. So Pakistan will say, actually, it belongs to us. Who on earth says this belongs to India? And then beyond that, you take a little look, but how did Ranjit Singh get the Kohinoor diamond in the first place? And the answer is that actually it was with a particular Afghan king. And Ranjit Singh invited that gentleman over for dinner and then made it clear that he would not be allowed to go home until he parted with the Kohinoor diamond. And so you could say, actually, Afghanistan should be having I mean, you can go on with this kind of thing. So there's a lot of politics and stuff that goes on forever. I will merely say that we need to I don't have a firm view on this. I will say that a very large number of monuments, by being taken abroad and being preserved, they were saved. Had they remained where they were in their home states, they might have been destroyed. And we have to take due note of that. Now, from this point onwards, if anything is found in India, in a new archaeological dig, whether it's done by a Danish team or a Swedish team, I mean, surely today it would be regarded as India. But as to what happens about things historically which were uncovered and taken, I have no firm view on that. I have no firm view on whether or not the Kohinoor diamond should be returned to India or Pakistan or Afghanistan. I think that the important thing is that it should be available for viewing to all of humankind. And so if it's possible for all of humankind to go and view the Kohinoor diamonds, wherever it may be, I think humankind has received a good service.
Thank you so much, and thank you all of you for having joined us. I'd just like to quickly, oh, I'm sorry, I thought we were being, please go ahead. Oh, sorry. No, I just thought I would end with just 2 quick points. One, that we really have enlarged the comprehension of culture into something that is dynamic and admits of every form of interpretation. So in that context, I want to acknowledge that yesterday, the 13th of September, was the death anniversary of the rapper Tupac Shakur, known as Tupac. And one of his most famous songs, he was shot in 1996, was called Reality is Wrong. And I think that really was what inspired Nicholas Roerich. The reality that he saw was wrong, and he saw the banner of peace as a means of transforming that reality into something that is right. And finally, I want to leave you with one article of the Roerich Pact, which is often neglected or forgotten. The same respect and protection should be given to historic monuments, museums, scientific, artistic, educational, and cultural institutions in times of peace as they are in war. And I think it's salutary for us to remember that, whether it's an institution like the Jaipur Literary Festival, it is incumbent upon us to protect it in times of peace as much as it would be in the hopefully unthinkable context of war. Because as long as minds are not allowed to meet, ideas are not allowed to collide, and hearts are not allowed to embrace, then all that the culture of peace and Nicholas Roerich wanted for war will be denied to us in peace. Thank you for joining us.